never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Hamas says they won't take part in the next round of Gaza ceasefire negotiations, saying they disagree with Israel's new terms and want a deal based on previous plans set out by US President Joe Biden. Mediators from the United States, Egypt and Qatar have been pushing for new talks to end the war and secure the release of Israeli hostages. This comes after an Israeli attack on a school in northern Gaza that killed 80 Palestinians sheltering there, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, and as thousands of Palestinians are being forced to evacuate southern Gaza. Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Thousands of people once again on the move. They're being told to go to these so-called humanitarian areas in the Gaza Strip like Al-Mawasi. Now, the Israeli military, it began dropping flyers over the northern part of Khan Yunis, saying that it has precise intelligence that Hamas is once again operating there. Now, just a few hours ago, the IDF put out a statement saying that it did hit what it is calling a facility that terrorists were operating from, saying that this is the site that a barrage of rockets were fired from yesterday into Israeli territory.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed Kyiv's troops are fighting inside Russia, days into the surprise Ukrainian cross-border incursion into Russia's Kursk region that's become a major embarrassment for the Kremlin. Moscow has sent reinforcements and evacuated civilians from that region. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Moscow said on Sunday that it had foiled Ukrainian attempts to break through deep into the Russian territory. Russian Ministry of Defense said it continued to fight against the Ukrainian incursion in the Kursk region and had destroyed up to 1,400 Ukrainian troops since Tuesday. It also released the videos showing the destruction of the Ukrainian military hardware. The MOD also said that it hit the Ukrainian military in the Sumy region of Ukraine.
Nigeria's participation in the 2024 Paris Olympics has ended without the country winning a single medal. Tessa Makende has more.
Nigeria, which has a dominance in sports in Africa, registered to participate in 12 events at the Olympics. No medals have been won despite the approval of about $6 million for participants by the government. Sports authorities in the country say administrative lapses were part of the problem. Some of the country's best performances at the Olympics was by the female basketball team, the Tigers, which reached the last 8 teams in their category, making them the first African side to get to that point. They were eventually knocked out of the quarterfinal by the US team.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today and tomorrow at what may be in store for Bangladesh, following the recent protests that saw the deaths of more than 400 people and the surprise ouster of long-serving, increasingly autocratic Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She dramatically fled to India. The protests were rooted in public opposition to a High Court ruling that reinstated a quota reserving more than half the country's civil service jobs for specific groups of people, many of them supporters of Hasina's political party. Now, Muhammad Yunus, who created the modern-day microfinance industry, has returned to Bangladesh in an effort to lead a caretaker administration. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
Bangladesh, 8th largest country by population in the world, 3rd largest Islamic country in the world. Student leaders in particular had said they would not accept a military-led government but wanted Muhammad Yunus to lead. He is a Nobel laureate. He is well known for establishing what's known as Grameen Bank, a microcredit organization that was aimed at lifting the poor from abject poverty and seen as a real solution, and not just Bangladesh. Very well known internationally, and now could be bringing Bangladesh to some sort of a new era of stability.
But Yunus's arrival in Dhaka was not part of any kind of constitutional process. Tomorrow we'll look at whether the country can restore legitimacy and democracy in its governance. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. Hamas says they won't take part in the next round of Gaza ceasefire negotiations, saying they disagree with Israel's new terms and want a deal based on previous plans set out by US President Joe Biden. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed Kyiv's troops are fighting inside Russia. And Nigeria's participation in the 2024 Olympics in Paris has ended without the country winning a single medal. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. I'm Jagruti Dave in Washington.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world. Another late night on the telephone,
Alrighty, it must be a Monday. Yes, indeed. All right, there you go. We close out another weekend. Shall we call it the greatest day of the week? Now, weekend's over. All right, so welcome aboard. Trust you had a good weekend. Turn the page on the calendar, 12th day of August for 2024. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Coming to you from our secret bunker in Southwest Ohio on a clear night. Now, there's a few clouds out there, mostly clear, 61 degrees, a little on the cool side for a summer night. Supposed to be the peak of the Perseid meteor shower coming our way tonight. Haven't seen anything yet, but of course, way too much light pollution outside the secret bunker here. Only the brightest of the meteors is what we might get a glimpse of. We shall see. If you've got dark skies, they tell us maybe up to 100 meteors per hour will be visible. Now, they did say the best time for gandering toward the heavens, it's like after 2 a.m. in your respective time zones. So, yeah, the peak of the shower should be warming up as we speak here. Getting better as the night goes on. So we'll be taking a look there. So we've officially said farewell to Debbie. After nearly 2 weeks of following this storm, the devastation, the flooding issues, even at this time, continue, especially over the eastern portions of the Carolinas. A lot of flash flood warnings still in place as the waters gradually recede. The good news, for the most part, there is no precip in the offing along the eastern seaboard tonight. The exception may be a few light showers lingering up in portions of New England. Looks like there is a little spot of light rain north central Pennsylvania. From there, you've got to get back into the heart of the country. It's all widely scattered shower activity from north central Oklahoma, a few spotty showers over eastern Nebraska. The bigger picture would be some decent rains, monsoonal moisture right through the heart of Utah into western portions of Colorado, a few light spotty showers down into parts of Arizona and New Mexico. But let's take you back to as Debbie was flooding the eastern portions of the USA as we headed into the weekend. Ultimately, things really got ugly in parts of Pennsylvania, Maryland, and again down to the eastern Carolinas. Dozens were in need of rescue in Pennsylvania, including via helicopter, with the life-threatening flooding. Flash flood emergencies, which is the most severe flood alert, were issued early Friday afternoon for portions of southern New York and northern Pennsylvania. They were then contending with life-threatening catastrophic flooding. At the time, they were reporting a dangerous situation, fast rising floodwaters, overwhelming communities. Flash flood emergencies again issued Friday afternoon. The floodwaters had trapped people in their homes, forcing evacuations via boat and helicopter. As Debbie was racing by that point in time through the Northeast, but the heavy rain, flooding, and still tornado threats spanning hundreds of miles of the U.S. eastern coast, triggering tornado and flood warnings from Washington, D.C. Friday morning. Flood emergency again was in place in South Carolina. At least 7 fatalities in the southeast since Debbie had crashed ashore in Florida a week ago as a Category 1 hurricane. Now, hundreds of calls, they say. Officials received hundreds of calls, including several who needed to be rescued by air. In northern Pennsylvania's Tioga County, the county commissioner said water rescues were ongoing on into Friday afternoon. 80 to 90 people that still needed to be evacuated from their homes. Even emergency crews caught up in some of the flooding. Helicopters and boats dispatched to assist the flood response efforts, according to Pennsylvania Emergency Management. The Pennsylvania National Guard had been called in to help, according to Nickerson there. 3 flash flood emergencies at one time, thanks to Debbie's torrential rainfall. Life-threatening situations at the Pennsylvania-New York border Friday afternoon. Flash flood emergency was issued as well for southern New York's Steuben County, and another was issued shortly after for the nearby cities of Whitesville and Andover. Hundreds of homes were under mandatory evacuation orders, according to the county manager there. Numerous areas flooded, people trapped in homes. About 40 swiftwater rescues had been reported in the area at that point in time, damaging homes, businesses, roads, and bridges. Evacuation orders were ultimately lifted for the villages of Addison and Canisteo later Friday as the waters began to recede. Then there was yet another flood emergency issued in northern Pennsylvania, the town of Westfield. The tornado and flash flood warnings were coming in for areas in the Washington, D.C. area, including one near Reagan National Airport just after 8:20 Friday morning. So, wow, Debbie, one for the record books, and still areas contending with floodwaters, waiting for those waters to recede from Florida to New England. Meanwhile, we'll move ahead. Yes, tropical experts are watching another disturbance. The good news at this point, the models are pretty much all in agreement. This thing, as it's moving westerly currently, headed toward the Caribbean, will make a turn to the north later this week, should stay well off the east coast. But we've all seen over the years how tropical systems and those models are subject to change when you're numerous days away. We'll give you the latest on that coming up here. Meanwhile, areas across parts of the Rocky Mountains and the Front Range. Forecasters say a moisture-filled pattern is going to continue to grip that region over the upcoming week ahead. Some spots will even be at risk for even some severe thunderstorms, wrapping up the weekend and into early this week. All right, a rinse and repeat pattern, as they call it, is in store for the Front Range and the Central Plains, and a majority of this week, it's the monsoon moisture spilling over the mountains during the afternoon and evening hours. Similar to what we saw late last week, showers and thunderstorms that track east of the mountains late in the day can congeal into clusters of rain and thunderstorms as they track eastward through the plains during the overnight hours. Areas of the Intermountain West from Montana and Idaho to Colorado, that'll be the region to see the most consistent storms. Some storms may end up being run-of-the-mill for this time of year. There will be enough moisture and energy to work across the region to produce more disruptive thunderstorms. It's the midday and afternoon showers and thunderstorms that ignite over the coming days, capable of producing pockets of intense rain, resulting in flash flooding. Some of the sensitive spots, burn scar locations, and areas where there is steep terrain can be most susceptible to washouts and rock slides. There's still many locations from Montana to Oklahoma that are facing, believe it or not, a moderate to severe level of drought. So any additional rain may prove beneficial for the dry soil in that region. It may come at the risk of some other unfavorable impacts. Now, we'll be looking at later in the day as we head into Tuesday. Looks like we'll see a greater risk of some of those stronger storms, possibly damaging straight-line winds up to 75 miles per hour in some of the stronger storms. Hello to Pappy, out of the box, as we kick off a new week. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour and the greatest day of the week. We will not get to hear from Captain Ron. He shared with us late last week, headed up to, I believe, to Detroit, where his sister-in-law had been diagnosed with cancer that was probably going to give her 6 months or less left on this planet Earth. So spending some time with the family. Prayers for all there. Hope everything's going well with you and the family there, Captain Ron. We're thinking about you. Anyway, somewhere beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Stay Bill your lane, or the overnight drive frequency waves will run you over. 61 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. It was a beautiful day here in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County. No rain in sight here for maybe the next week. It is a great night for searching for meteors, distant galaxies, UFOs, and any other phenomena that may appear overhead in the midnight sky. 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. Okay, so heat up that cup of joe. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Turn up the volume. Kick back and relax. Enjoy the overnight drive. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me?
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning to Jacob, who says hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. 77 degrees in Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Looks like 70 at the New York-New Jersey state line, headed for Hartford, Connecticut tonight. And it's back to Delaware. We'll reload for Tuesday. All right, Glenn, good morning all. Pleasant weather here in Florida tonight. Looks as though there may be some additional tropical weather headed our way. Everybody stay safe out there. Hello, Philly Dan. It is that time once again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Oh, there's Jeffrey, also in Florida. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Glad to hear your voice. Always enjoy the show. All right. Marianne, good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Did some yard work this past day. Got some more to do as we kick off the new week here. Brett, good morning from Denver. Another week of working the overnights. Yeah, so glad to have a great live talk show to listen to in these hours. I went up to Idaho last weekend, got to see Willie Nelson and Bob Dylan. It was an awesome concert. Yeah, great to see those two legends. Hope everybody out there safe and healthy. Have a good night. All right. Yes, indeed. True legends in the music biz. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 74 degrees in Fancy Gap, Virginia. I'm looking for Shorty. Got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south at such a high rate of speed that the local Jimmy John's driver has parked his car out of shame. Special one night only shout-out to Shorty from the Hammer Lane. Let's see. James chimes in. It was interesting looking at the crowds at Kamala's rallies in Phoenix and Las Vegas. Yeah, one guy had 4 arms, and everybody had the same expression. Clearly, artificial intelligence was used. That's a big controversy right now about some of these incredible crowds. Yeah, supposedly that showed up. Yeah, I think Detroit was one, right? Yeah, Detroit, Phoenix, Las Vegas. What's going on? Are they trying to pull one over on us? It sure sounds that way. All right, Kevin, good morning, Steve. And the overnight crew, there's Buckeye Boy. Check it in from Ackworth, Georgia. A pleasant 75 degrees, even though it was a scorcher yesterday. Looks like we're going to cool down a bit this week. Highs in the 80s and low 90s during the day. Maybe a chance of rain late this week. Had a good weekend, Saturday, Sunday, with the granddaughters. Invited their nanny and her mom, who are longtime neighbors, over this morning. Wildcat and I made everybody breakfast. Scrambled eggs, bacon, biscuits and gravy, fresh fruit. It was yummy, and I've got some leftovers for today. Looks like I've got to take Wildcat's car to the mechanic for maybe a new starter, probably. The battery replacement did not work. Even though the auto parts store said the battery was bad, it did the same thing after replacement, though. I am going to have the battery tested again to see if it is indeed bad, or maybe they tested it wrong. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Have a great night out there, and be careful to all. Okay, and he also chimed in. He said, did you see the one Facebook post that showed large crowds in the foreground on the tarmac, but the reflections from the plane showed there was no one there? You just don't know what to believe anymore. In this artificial intelligence age, you used to be able to say, I'll believe it when I see it. Well, you can see it, and you don't know whether or not to believe it at this point in time. Hello to Michael. Steve, you've got the best weather and news better than any other TV or radio. Thank you so much. Try to keep folks informed here. Philly Dan. Lauren's giving you the hard way to go. What happened to Philly Dan? You didn't even make it in the top 10 tonight. But he's here. Just a few minutes late to the show, right? It is 844-844-3388. Here comes a Monday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Hamas says they won't take part in the next round of Gaza ceasefire negotiations, saying they disagree with Israel's new terms and want a deal based on previous plans set out by US President Joe Biden. Mediators from the United States, Egypt and Qatar have been pushing for new talks to end the war and secure the release of Israeli hostages. This comes after an Israeli attack on a school in northern Gaza that killed 80 Palestinians sheltering there, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, and as thousands of Palestinians are being forced to evacuate southern Gaza. Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Thousands of people once again on the move. They're being told to go to these so-called humanitarian areas in the Gaza Strip like Al-Mawasi. Now, the Israeli military, it began dropping flyers over the northern part of Han Yunis saying that it has precise intelligence that Hamas is once again operating there. Now, just a few hours ago, the IDF put out a statement saying that it did hit what it is calling a facility that terrorists were operating from, saying that this is the site that a barrage of rockets were fired from yesterday into Israeli territory.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed Kyiv's troops are fighting inside Russia, days into the surprise Ukrainian cross-border incursion into Russia's Kursk region that's become a major embarrassment for the Kremlin. Moscow has sent reinforcements and evacuated civilians from that region. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Moscow said on Sunday that it had foiled Ukrainian attempts to break through deep into the Russian territory. Russian Ministry of Defense said it continued to fight against the Ukrainian incursion in the Kursk region and had destroyed up to 1,400 Ukrainian troops since Tuesday. It also released the videos showing the destruction of the Ukrainian military hardware. The MOD also said that it hit the Ukrainian military in the Sumy region of Ukraine.
Nigeria's participation in the 2024 Paris Olympics has ended without the country winning a single medal. Tessa Makende has more.
Nigeria, which has a dominance in sports in Africa, registered to participate in 12 events at the Olympics. No medals have been won despite the approval of about $6 million for participants by the government. Sports authorities in the country say administrative lapses were part of the problem. Some of the country's best performances at the Olympics was by the female basketball team, the Tigers, which reached the last 8 teams in their category, making them the first African side to get to that point. They were eventually knocked out of the quarterfinal by the US team.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
we kick off the greatest day of the week. Happy Monday, closing out the weekend. NASCAR was back in action. It was a wild, wacky finish. Almost a little Dale Earnhardt-esque, Dale Sr. Like, get out of the way or I'll move you out of the way. A little bump and run. And a not very happy, who was that, Joey Logano? Very, very angry. Get more on that coming up. First, let's say hello to Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy Manic Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Time to get ready to head into the wacky warehouse. 72 at the Memphis International Airport. Low tonight, 66. I don't know who ordered this, but I'll take it. Well deserved. Take it anytime. Good morning from Salt Lake City. There's Larry, 75, clear skies, headed to Southern California. Everybody stay safe out there. And there's Debbie here on a Monday. Good morning, Steve. It's a cool 60 degrees in Indiana here. About 82 for a high Monday. It was a great weekend to get the bike out for a ride and the Jeep out with the top back. Hope everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver. Have a marvelous Monday. There you go. Out of the box on a Monday. See what's going on with Knucklebuster. How was your weekend?
Oh, excellent there. Had a great time with Tennessee and all the grandkids and my daughters. So it was good seeing all of them. I hadn't been but a couple of weeks, so we was on vacation down there in lower Alabama. So it was pretty good. Can't complain about it. Do you know who Joe Pags is?
Doesn't ring a bell.
He's a radio talk show host, TV. He's got a bunch of stuff on TikTok too there. He said something that really surprised me. The minute Eagle might even start voting for Kamala after this, see, Kamala said no taxes on tips.
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute. I said, where in the hell did I hear that from? Did Trump say that first?
That's right. Yes, he suggested that here several months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, imagine that there. And you got to love our government there. I read that on Fox that the Secret Service apologized after breaking into a Massachusetts salon to use the bathroom before a Kamala Harris fundraiser.
Mm-hmm.
They were caught on a Ring door camera. They picked the locks, see, but they put duct tape over the cameras, but that Ring door camera caught them. They left the business unlocked and duct tape over the security cameras for 2 hours, and then just didn't have enough common sense to put it all back in place there, right?
Okay. Whoops.
Yep. And then now they're saying, oh, that wasn't us. Right. Yeah. Like I really believe that. And the good news is Camping World, they got told to take down their American flag out there in California. They, they got some big old flags all over theirs, every one of their stores there. Well, they told them to take it down, and guess what? They said, kiss my backside and put it right back up there. So, did you get your son's yard mowed on that riding John Deere mower?
As it turned out, he said it didn't need cut yet, so not yet. Probably here 2 or 3 days, I don't know, maybe later this week. So, no, I did not get to try out the John Deere, but I did take a look, and I saw that pin you were talking about don't push it backwards unless you take that pin out.
Right. Yep. Well, I'm going to tell you one thing. When you get out there and get to mowing, you're going to be just like Tennessee when I put her on that big 2440 John Deere out there at the church with 15-foot bat wing on it there.
Mm-hmm.
You and her both will be singing, Green Acres is a place to be. Farm living is a life for Steve. And that's all my bull on it for this go-around there, man. I'm looking forward to a great show. I'm headed out here to Oklahoma to look for Shelly Williams. I doubt I'll see her, though. So. Anyway, have a great morning, Steve. We'll call in later on.
All right, Knucklebuster, good to have you on board for a full 5-hour episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. There you go. All right, from the city of brotherly love, every time I share another one of these stories about cargo theft, I say, hello, Philly Dan. Yeah, the most recent cargo theft in Philadelphia has police fishing for clues. Going back late last week, about 3:30 in the morning last Thursday, thieves made off with multiple large cartons of tuna from a refrigerated truck parked overnight in the city's south side. I mean, we're talking like $10,000 worth of tuna. The theft occurred outside Samuel's Seafood Company, South Lawrence Street near Patterson Avenue. Police said the 63-year-old driver was asleep in the truck when the crime took place, awakened by a security guard who scared off the thieves. The head of security for Samuel's Seafood Company said there were 4 vehicles involved. He added that the truckers are among those impacted most by these cargo thefts, though. Yeah, these guys aren't just affecting bigger businesses. They're affecting independent long-haul drivers that are out of pocket now and have to pay for that expense. Police are telling truckers to not intervene if you are the victim of a theft and just call 911. Cargo theft has become a growing concern. Just 3 days prior, police say $2,400 worth of salmon was stolen off a truck at the same location about the same time of day. This past month, officials said the spike in thefts could be attributed to a widespread crime ring that's working across the city. It is definitely a crime ring, a group of people. According to the Northeast Detective Division, we've made arrest of members of this group. We believe it's the same group. We're still working. It's just widespread. Yeah, there have been incidents. We are working with our federal and other state partners. But he said the crew's been targeting tractor trailers parked near food distribution centers, awaiting to make deliveries. In many of these instances, the drivers were asleep in the cab as the thieves broke into the trailers. All right, according to the data from ABC 6 in Philly, there were 257 cargo theft incidents reported last year. Now, on a somewhat positive note, there have been 102 reported cases so far this year, so down roughly 30% from the same time last year, but that's a lot of cargo going missing. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning.
Morning, Steve. Back in the old days, they called that cargo theft in them cities the mafia, but I guess they're not involved anymore. But, hey, I was calling to talk about the end of that Richmond race. I'm a big Denny Hamlin fan, but I was kind of chuckling there at the end because he and Joe Logano were pretty famous for doing that same kind of crap that got pulled on them there at the end by the 3 car. Awesome. And I remember last spring we were up at Kansas Speedway. He did that to Kyle. Denny did that to Kyle Larson on the 3rd turn of the last lap up there to win the race. He put him in the wall and came around and won there. So it's just kind of funny to see it. But it sounded to me like, listening to it afterwards, that NASCAR's going to make a determination on Saturday, and they might take that race away from him. I don't know how they would do that or not. That jumped that kid from 32 in the points up to being in the championship chase, winning that race said.
Okay, so Austin Dillon. That was Austin Dillon did the bump on Joey Logano. I mean, I don't know. It's a little more than a bump. He spun him out. He put him in the wall.
Well, if you look at that video, and I looked at it several times, it looks to me like he knocked Joey Logano out, and then he swerved over and purposely took Denny out too. And I think that's what they were questioning. But they were talking to Joey Logano's crew chief after that, and he kind of downgraded that because I think that's a Richard Childress team. Is that Childress or because Dillon's the grandson of the owner of that, and he was talking about they've been having some money problems and they've been kind of down anyway. And I don't know if he was doing that just out of spite, but it sure looked to me like he swerved back over there and hit Denny Hamlin on purpose too. I always post on Facebook, "Here comes Denny," and somebody got on there and told me that Austin Dillon was pulling away, and then they had that yellow flag. So I said, well, yellow flag, see above, and they got restructured again, and I knew Denny had pulled it off, and then he went and pulled that move and knocked him out of there. So, but it's kind of ironic because the one thing about Denny, if you follow him long enough, is he'll knock everybody out like that, but when they do it to him, he's sure raising hell about it.
Right.
And Joey Logano does the same thing. He said that tonight after the race, and he was going to he said, I race like that too, and then they asked him what the plan was for the future, and he said, we'll just have to see. So I don't know if there's going to be retribution on that or not, but if I understood it right, NASCAR is going to make a ruling on it on Tuesday. I guess they have a Monday meeting.
Okay, interesting.
We'll talk about that. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, that's the old school racing from back in them days when that's what actually got me turned on to NASCAR was way back in the day when Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison, I think I remember right, it was at Daytona 500. They were leading the race and they were bumping each other, and it became more important for them to pull off the track as race leaders and get down there and get into a fight. And then Donnie's brother Bobby got involved in that too, and I saw that and I said, this is the kind of sport I like, So been following it ever since.
How about that? Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir. So, when do you guys go on the cruise, Steve?
October 11, we'll head down to Florida, spend the night, and then the ship departs on Saturday the 12th.
Man, I'll tell you what, you give me that antenna there, and I'll just set up shop in my house and cover for you. We use the Joe Walsh voice, and we'll do the show for you while you're gone.
There you
I
go.
think we can probably run enough people off that you can start new when you get home.
There you go.
So, all right, well, I'll let you go, Steve. Just wanted to get in here and be a menace and chime in for the night there. And everybody have a safe evening.
Very good. Thank you much. Appreciate you being a part of the show there. Lauren, safe travels at that high rate of speed, and a one-night-only shout-out to Shorty. There you go. All right, it is a Monday, always a quiet day. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you're doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, yes indeed. Yeah, you're out there sharing the byways and the highways with who knows what. From the state of Texas, the Boyd Police Department sharing a rather eyebrow-raising account of the violations uncovered during a pair of commercial vehicle traffic stops this past week. On August the 8th, the BPD took to social media to call out two commercial vehicle drivers for a slew of violations. In a surprising turn of events, they posted, our newly launched commercial vehicle enforcement program has already caused some raised eyebrows, and not just from the drivers we stopped. It seems a few folks are wondering, wait, you mean there are trucks out there worse than my Uncle Bob's rust bucket? Well, we're here to tell you that yes, there are. And not just a little worse. Try nightmare on 18 wheels worse. Yesterday, our dedicated commercial vehicle enforcement officers flagged down two trucks that looked like they're rolling straight out of a disaster movie. And if you think we're exaggerating, let me give you the rundown. Truck number one, somehow still running despite 4 previous out-of-service orders. A very impressive dedication to defying the laws of safety. Truck number one, not only was he violating 4 previous out-of-service orders, the truck was rolling through Boyd with an unlicensed driver at the wheel. Truck number two had a driver's license that was more Class C than Class A CDL. But wait, there's more. Both trucks were sporting fictitious license plates. Yeah, they had imaginary friends for registration as well. Because who needs paperwork, right? Trailer brakes, non-existent, thanks to multiple air leaks that turned stopping into an optional activity. And, of course, both vehicles were decorated with a full set of safety violations that would make any mechanic's eye twitch. Yeah, these trucks were not local. They were just passing through Boyd. Passing through on the same roads that you and your families travel. Yes, these road warriors decided to share their love of danger with everybody. Let's be real, though. These aren't the kind of trucks you want tailgating you on the highway, and we're pretty sure the good truckers out there don't want to share the road with them either. But thanks to our officers having this new tool, we were able to take these ticking time bombs off the road before they could cause any real damage. So while it might seem like we're just out there playing truck police, We are really trying to make sure everybody gets home safely. Stay safe, Boyd, and remember, if your truck has more red flags than a carnival, you might want to get that checked out before we do. Incredible. What you're out there sharing the road with. Not a licensed driver behind the wheel, no brakes on the trailer. It's just, as they said, ticking time bombs rolling down the highway. Our number, 844-844-3388. Hello to Lois, who said, what happened to Spaceman? Well, latest update, best I can tell you, Spaceman is not driving right now. Actually suffered a heart attack, what was it, about 4 or 5 weeks ago? Yeah, time flies, but they put a couple of stints in at that point in time, and he's been preparing to have open heart surgery, which I know it's happening here in the month of August. I don't remember the date. I don't know if he's had it yet or if it's coming up here soon, but that's why we haven't heard from him. Obviously, he's not driving nights. And once the surgery takes place, he'll be out for a number of weeks. All right, let's see. Nice 70 degrees here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Hello to Timothy this Monday. Hello, Russell. Good Monday morning. Hope all's well at the Secret Bunker. 62 and clear here. Weekend went by fast, but we're back to the grind. You truckers, be careful out there. Keep it between the ditches. May God bless you safely to your destinations. Hope you had a good weekend, Steve. Weather was perfect here this weekend. Wish it could be like this all year round. All right, everybody take care. God bless you, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Hope Stephen is recovering well. He is doing well. And let me see. Yeah, spent most of the weekend over there and just, he has to do exercises on a regular basis. And I think he goes in for his next therapy today, the post-operative therapy. So one day at a time, but the sutures, everything looks nice and clean. And just kind of, wait for the surgery to take. The healing process is underway. All right, a couple minutes before news break, top of the hour. Coming up next hour, what do we have? Right on the heels of Hurricane Debbie. Forecasters tracking the latest, what is tropical rainstorm right now, designated as potential tropical cyclone 5 by the National Hurricane Center across the central Atlantic, which could rapidly organize, become the next tropical storm, or even major hurricane in the coming days as it sweeps through the Caribbean. It's going to be bringing heavy rain, strong winds, rough surf into midweek coming up here. Give you all the latest on what the prognostication is. Where is this thing going to track? Is it a concern? Should it be a concern for the lower 48 coastal areas of the United States? More on that coming up. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. After 329 medal events in 32 sports across 19 days, the 2024 Paris Olympic Games have come to an end. The US topped the medals table. Both it and China won 40 gold medals, but the US secured more silvers. 85 different countries won medals and 10 new world records were set.
A parade of athletes and spectacular show was put on because there was always a look back over the past 2.5 weeks by the host nation, by France, to remember all the achievements in their part of the ceremony. And always in the Olympic closing events, there is a look forward to the next hosts and Los Angeles in 2028. The passing of the Olympic flag from one mayor to another, from Anne Hidalgo to Karen Bass, also American superstars taking part in the ceremony like Snoop Dogg, the Red Hot Chili Peppers and Billie Eilish, to throw forward to that Hollywood glitz and glamour that we can expect in California in 4 years' time. But the French also looking back on this amazing 2.5 weeks. There have been some problems, for example, the race to try to get the Seine River clean for the triathlon to take place, but overall a real sense of festivity, a real sense of joy as the Olympic Games came back to France for the first time in 100 years. Ross Cullen in Paris.
Tropical storm Maria has made landfall in northern Japan, dumping a month's worth of rain on the region. Officials say it's just the third such storm to hit this part of the country's Pacific coast since records began. East Asia correspondent William Denslow is reporting.
More than 360 millimetres of rain, roughly 14 inches, has fallen on the Tohoku region in a 24-hour period. Japan's meteorological agency says this brings with it the risk of landslides, high waves and over-flooding rivers. Major travel disruptions are expected, with local media reporting dozens of cancelled flights to northern Japan. Maria is expected to be downgraded to a depression by Tuesday, but its slow movement means the region could face heavy rainfall for a prolonged period. The storm comes as the country is bracing for a possibility of a mega quake after a 7.1 magnitude earthquake was recorded earlier this month. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
US President Joe Biden says he dropped out of the presidential race because he was worried internal Democratic Party discussions about his fitness to serve would be a distraction for his campaign.
The CBS Sunday Morning interview was Joe Biden's first since his decision to drop out of the race on July the 21st. The president said he made the call to save democracy over any personal ambition. The 81-year-old also claimed he had no serious problem with his health, putting his disastrous debate performance against Donald Trump, which triggered the groundswell of concern amongst Democrats, down to being unwell on the day. One hell of a team is how he described his replacement Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz, and he called his erstwhile rival a genuine danger to American security.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today and tomorrow at what may be in store for Bangladesh, following the recent protests that saw the deaths of more than 400 people and the surprise ouster of long-serving, increasingly autocratic Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She dramatically fled to India. The protests were rooted in public opposition to a High Court ruling that reinstated a quota reserving more than half the country's civil service jobs for specific groups of people, many of them supporters of Hasina's political party. Now, Muhammad Yunus, who created the modern-day microfinance industry, has returned to Bangladesh in an effort to lead a caretaker administration. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
Bangladesh, 8th largest country by population in the the world, third largest Islamic country in the world. Student leaders in particular had said they would not accept a military-led government, but wanted Muhammad Yunus to lead. He is a Nobel laureate. He's well known for establishing what's known as Grameen Bank, a microcredit organization that was aimed at lifting the poor from abject poverty and seen as a real solution, and not just Bangladesh. Very well known internationally, and now could be bringing Bangladesh to some sort of a new era of stability.
But Yunus's arrival in Dhaka was not part of any kind of constitutional process. Tomorrow we'll look at whether the country can restore legitimacy and democracy in its governance. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. After 329 medal events across 19 days, the Paris Olympic Games have come to an end, with the US topping the medal table. Tropical storm Maria has made landfall in northern Japan, dumping a month's worth of rain on the region. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punia reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we kick off another hour. That would be round number 2 as we get the new week started here. Trust you had a good weekend. Yeah, they go by so fast. Rolling into mid-month already. 12th day of August coming on here. About to be looking at the waning days of summertime. For those out gandering toward the heavens, for the peak of the Perseid meteor shower tonight. Still haven't seen anything yet from my perspective. But I don't have but a couple minutes there at the top of the hour to step outdoors. Eyes don't even have time to adjust to the darkness. But here in a couple of nights, other things we might be able to see in the heavens above. Mars and Jupiter are cozying up in the night sky for their closest rendezvous this decade. They'll be so close together Wednesday, at least from our perspective, that just a sliver of the moon could fit between them. Now, in reality, our solar system's biggest planet and its dimmer, reddish neighbor, it will actually be more than 350 million miles apart in their respective orbits. But they'll reach their minimum separation, 1/3 of 1 degree, or about 1/3 the width of the moon, during daylight hours Wednesday in most of the Americas, Europe, and Africa, but they won't appear that much different hours or even a day earlier when the sky's dark. According to NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the best views will be in the eastern sky toward the constellation Taurus before daybreak. They call them planetary conjunctions. These cosmic pairings happen every 3 years or so. These things are items of curiosity and beauty for those watching the sky, wondering what those two bright objects so close together might be. In the early morning hours, and when we close out at like 5 a.m. With the trees around the bunker, they're just kind of reaching the top of the tree line. And it looks like a couple of, those are really bright stars, but they're actually planets. Their orbits haven't brought them this close together, one behind the other, since 2018, and it won't happen again till 2033, when they'll get a little bit even chummier. The closest in the past 1,000 years was in 1761, when Mars and Jupiter appeared to the naked eye as a single object. Now, looking ahead, the year 2048 will be almost as close. But this latest link-up of Mars and Jupiter coincides, yes, with the Perseid meteor shower, one of the year's brightest. You do not need binoculars or telescopes to see it, but that'll give you a better perspective. So, all right, 844-844-3388. The Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house, doing commercials for oil in a box.
Hey, Steve, how'd you like that?
That was very interesting, Gouger. Who comes up with these dingbat ideas?
You know, Steve, that right there has to be the most asinine thing. And the reason I got that stuff is it was like $40 for the 3 gallons. I thought I was getting a bargain. I scooped it up, got to the car, and I had 4-gallon jugs. That's all they had at the Walmart. And, I thought I was getting a bargain. And so anyway, David said, I know you didn't buy that crap again. Last time you cussed for 2 hours over that stuff. I said, well, it was a bargain. So, Debbie was sitting there, and her mind is always racing around figures. She said, hey, Bubba, you didn't get no bargain buying this crap. Says it would have been the same price if you'd have bought the 3-gallon one jug. I said, well, they'd have had the 3-gallon, 1-gallon jug. I'd have bought them. But, Steve, the interesting part about that all in the box thing, I went back and took those bags. She went in the house and got a pair of scissors.
Mm-hmm.
And I had used a gallon jug to fill up my oil filter. And after we got everything, did you know we recovered a half a gallon of oil out those plastic bags?
Wow.
So what a waste, waste that I hope that Chevron sees this. We tried to find a link to send it to, but Debbie was working on it tonight. She said she ain't had no luck. She said, I'll get up Monday and work on it. But that has to, Steve, it took me an hour extra to change my oil messing around with all that crap.
Mm-hmm.
Then this is the good part. I took it down to the trash dump and we're going to throw the plastic bags in the recycle bin. Oh, no, you can't do that. It's contaminated with oil. We can't take that. I said, what am I supposed to do? He said, well, you know what to do with it. So I had, the boxes, the oil had leaked down them cardboard boxes. They wouldn't take them neither. So you know what I did? I went back and recycled it monkey gouger fashion. Had me a big old bonfire right there in the burn barrel over the dump burner.
Wow.
So that was the end of that deal. But before I go any further, I want to tell all these truck stops that's got this pay per parking to jam it up your rear end. Steve, last night, I stopped at this place every Saturday night going out, and they had 4 handicap parking places out there, and they cut it down to 2. So I pulled in there it was about 1 o'clock, and most of the truck stops I go to, they just tell me, Jimmy, you can't find a handicap place, just pull out there in the reserve parking place and put your placard up, nobody will bother you. So I was looking at those 2 trucks that's sitting there, neither one of them had a placard. I said, well, ain't this something? So I went round there and there was 18 empty spots, reserve parking. So I just pulled up in one, and parked, put my placard out, went to bed. got up about 5:30. We got woke up at 5:30 this morning by this crackhead lot attendant. He says, I want to see your paperwork. I said, paperwork for what? He said, I want to see it. You paid for this parking place. I said, I didn't pay for it. Don't need to pay for it. I got a handicap sticker. Y'all supposed to honor it because there's two people up there in the front that they ain't got no stickers parked in the handicap parking. So you go run them out and I'll move. Oh, I can't do that. I said, no, but you can harass the hell out of it. I said, I tell you what you do, Bubba. You go back in that building in there and you worry about cleaning the showers or whatever you got to do, but don't bother me no more.
Wow.
So I went ahead, finished out my break, and went in there and eat breakfast. They come back, there's the assistant manager, all of them standing out there by the truck, beating on the door. Assistant manager said, you got to move that truck. I said, I'll move it when I get ready, but not until. I said, let me ask y'all something. Right now, there's 36 spots. There ain't a truck in. And I said, my understanding was from 8 to 4, you come in here, you can park anywhere. Well, our manager tells us that's not the way it is. I said, well, I would tell you something. It would be best for y'all just to drop this and let it go away. Oh, no, we calling the police. I said, well, call them. I'll wait on them. I said, I got time. I want to hear what they got to say because police ain't coming at you for something like this. It's private property. He said, well, we'll tow the damn truck. I said, call the wrecker. I'll be waiting on them. I said, I'm telling y'all do not want to push this issue. I'm telling you, you ain't going to win. And they said, well, just who the hell are you? I said, you going to find out Monday morning just who the hell I am. So, anyway, I sat there in the truck for a minute. I walked back. I said, I thought y'all was calling the wrecker. You just need to go ahead and go on about your business. I said, okay, that's what I'll do. I'll go about my business. But, I mean, Steve, I could understand if there was a truck had paid for that parking place and needed it, I'd have moved. But 18 empty spots at 5 o'clock in the morning, and you going to wake somebody up and start jacking them up by the damn parking place?
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is going crazy. I mean, absolutely crazy. So anyway, you know who I'm going to call in the morning. But another thing is, on that deal with the race, I had to listen to that race today, and I was done listening to all how Kamala's going to win this race and blah, blah, blah. So I said, well, I'm going to turn it over to NASCAR, see what the hell's going on, listen to some of their gibberish. Well, I turned it over there. The number 3 car was in the lead, you know. I said, damn, look at him. You know, I said, this would be earth-breaking. Well, you know, what Laura didn't tell you was Austin Dillon was driving off into the sunset on the field. He had a 2-second advantage on the field. And 2 laps to go, coming to the white, Ricky Stenhouse and Ryan Preece get together. Bam! You know, knock the hell out of one another. One goes up in the wall, the other goes skeeting out through the infield or something. So they throw the green, checker green, yellow, overtime, which I am totally against. So, you know, they re-rack them. They come in and get tires and everything. 2 laps to go. You know, we're going with the green, yellow checker.
Right.
And so Austin, I don't know who made that call, whether it was Pop or who, but anyway, he got on the inside, but the outside was the lane to go on. Well, somebody run up there and hit Denny and knocked him up there, hit Logano and knocked him up there in the front, you know, and he got ahead of him. So, going in the third turn, you know, all the marbles for him to get in the playoffs. He knocked the hell out of Joey Logano, shot down the track, hit Denny, and I couldn't have been more happier to see the 2 biggest crybabies in NASCAR in that Sack Creek concrete wall. It just, man, I just went crazy.
Okay,
I said, boy.
So in other words, Austin had the fastest car in the field by a long shot, had a 2-second lead, but so Logano was able to jump in front of him on the restart, but he had a much faster car.
Yes, sir. So my question is, why did Joey Logano check up so much in that number 3 turn? Hell, it looked like to me he was trying to block him. He blocked him all right. He shot his ass up there in that wall, come back down, clipped that crybaby Denny Hamlin, and he goes out through the day. The field was froze at the time. The yellow Cub, so Austin was in the lead. So anyway, I got listed this post race. This is going to be good. Now they interviewed the director from NASCAR, Elton Sawyer, and what they asked him was what his feelings was about the race. He said, "I thought it was a dynamic finish. I mean, we have a contact sport, and it definitely got contacted." And they asked him, said, "Well, you gonna take the race away from the number 3 team?" He said, "Well, it's in our DNA. We don't take races down away from people and stuff, and da-da-da-da." Well, that told me right then they ain't going to do nothing. But I tell you what's going to happen. And it's the way I see it. I believe it was a spotter for the number 3 team told him at the restart, "I don't care how you do it. I don't care how you do it. But when you get that number 3 turn, you know what to do." And that's what they might be going to get them for, is because the spotter interfered with the outcome of a race, by telling the wreck. But what I looked to happen was they'll probably suspend the spotter for the rest of the year, or maybe the next 3 races or something, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see him taking that race from Richard Childress. I really don't. That's a charter member, been there a lot of years. Had a dismal year with his 2 drivers. That big phony Kurt Busch has let us all down. And, Austin has been struggling. But whatever they've done, they brought a car there to run. But, hey, man, that was pretty good race. That is what I'm talking about right there. That is racing at its best. Now, Joey Logano is guilty of it. Denny Hamlin is, I don't know how many people he wrecked on the last go around. So, he got a little bit of his own. He got snake bit, and he was crying, "Oh, it hurt my shoulder, hurt my shoulder." You crybaby, suck it up. If it had been the other way around and you sent Austin up there, well, he should have gotten my way, So anyway, that's that. But hey, I got something I want to bring up to you. I just happened to stumble into this thing last night. Now, I don't know if you've ever read this newspaper. It's called Forward.com. You get a chance, look this up. Now, this is a Jewish-run newspaper, about like the Washington Post. They always putting that propaganda up. When it comes up, if you scroll down, let's see, it'll come up to the page. It'll come up. There'll be somebody there with a red, white, and blue face, and then you scroll on down, and it says Prospectus. Now, this is what is shocking. I want you to listen to this. Why Jewish Americans should be thrilled to vote for Tim Walz.
Really?
And if you read that article, it will make you so damn mad you want to throw your iPad through the windshield of the truck. I mean, they building this guy up like he's some kind of second coming or something. And that goes back to what Donald Trump was saying. Why do Jewish people keep voting Democrat, and they keep, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden had done everything they can. Of course, they moved a battle group over there against the Jewish community, condemned them, and they didn't start that war over there. Them Houthis done that when they killed all them innocent babies and shot mamas in front of their children and children in front of their mom and daddies. And now they're getting their ass busted and, they don't like it. Well, you started it. They're going to finish it. But if you read that thing, if you have to get on that, it's called Forward.com.
I'm looking at it. I see it's an opinion piece. I see the headline. Why Jewish Americans should be thrilled to vote for Tim Walz. Wow.
You get a chance to read that. It will just it will blow your mind. But other thing, before I get off here with two things. One thing is I-10 is closed down from it's on the east side of Houston going west at Freeport Road. The interstate is completely shut down. You have it going down the feeder road, go about a mile down the feeder road and come back on. It's an hour back up over there. And, you know, they were saying the other night when I was getting home that, you know, Debbie was supposed to be moved out by about 1 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
We woke up the next morning, and Debbie said she had dumped the rain gauge before she went to bed. And I looked at it when I got there, it had like an inch of rain in it. And then the next morning when we got up, it had almost 3 inches of rain in it. They got bombarded by that. And then Saturday, we got another 1.5 inches of rain off the thunderstorm system that's coming through. And then today, they got another 3/4 of an inch. So we're saturated, Steve, and I'm worried, man. One of them bad typhoons come ripping up out of them Caribbean to start up that East Coast. It's going to be a recipe for disaster.
Mm-hmm.
All these trees and stuff, that wind go to whipping around. And so anyway, we're going to get out of here and let somebody else get in here and run their head a little bit. But, man, it's been a good day. And I really enjoyed that race. That's the first NASCAR race I listened to a while. I reckon the other one was at Martinsville when Kyle Busch dumped Ricky Stenhouse, and then they had the free fall at the end of the race. But my point is, NASCAR has created this with this bogus point system. You know, I think the guy that runs at the end of the year, wins the most races, had the most top 5, most top 10, get away with this, and stop this green and yellow checker racing with 5 laps to go. I mean, it's got completely out of hand. You're getting people hurt, and hey, when you got a 2-second advantage and there ain't no way nobody can get you, I ain't never seen a car driver go from being in the penthouse to the basement in 2 laps. I mean, them newscasters or sportscasters turned on him like a cobra snake. Boy, oh, he was the villain. He done this. He done that. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, I said, y'all just damn mad because your boy got wrecked. That's all it is. But anyway, Steve, you have a good night. We'll talk to you tonight later on, buddy.
All right, thank you much. All right, the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. I guess you got a big thumbs up from Dennis. He said, now that's the silverback gorilla gouger, telling those truck stop thugs the way it is. Go ahead, call the police. Meanwhile, of course, yes, Debbie wasn't quite done with parts of the U.S. as flooding remained in North Carolina, thousands still without power in parts of New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, after spending nearly a week unleashing tornadoes and flooding, damaging homes, taking lives along the East Coast before moving into Canada over the weekend. Now, while many rivers had receded by this past day, flood warnings remain in effect across central and eastern North Carolina, where more thunderstorms are possible over the next few days, they tell us. And we could see additional localized downpours resulting in additional flash flooding through the coastal Carolinas. Authorities in Lumberton, North Carolina, posted over the weekend that one person had died after driving into floodwaters on a closed road. He got swept away. They didn't identify the driver and said they had hoped there would be a post-storm rescue, which quickly turned into a post-storm recovery. It bears repeating. Do not drive into flooded roadways and obey the road closed signage. All right. People think, I guess, the storm's over, the waters, it's not that bad. The next thing you know, you're swept away. We return after this.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Hamas says they won't take part in the next round of Gaza ceasefire negotiations, saying they disagree with Israel's new terms and want a deal based on previous plans set out by US President Joe Biden. Mediators from the United States, Egypt and Qatar have been pushing for new talks to end the war and secure the release of Israeli hostages. This comes after an Israeli attack on a school in northern Gaza that killed 80 Palestinians sheltering there, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, and as thousands of Palestinians are being forced to evacuate southern Gaza. Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Thousands of people once again on the move. They're being told to go to these so-called humanitarian areas in the Gaza Strip like Al-Mawasi. Now, the Israeli military, it began dropping flyers over the northern part of Han Yunis, saying that it has precise intelligence that Hamas is once again operating there. Now, just a few hours ago, the IDF put out a statement saying that it did hit what it is calling a facility that terrorists were operating from, saying that this is the site that a barrage of rockets were fired from yesterday into Israeli territory.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed Kyiv's troops are fighting inside Russia, days into the surprise Ukrainian cross-border incursion into Russia's Kursk region that's become a major embarrassment for the Kremlin. Moscow has sent reinforcements and evacuated civilians from that region. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Moscow said on Sunday that it had foiled Ukrainian attempts to break through deep into the Russian territory. Russian Ministry of Defense said it continued to fight against the Ukrainian incursion in the Kursk region and had destroyed up to 1,400 Ukrainian troops since Tuesday. It also released the videos showing the destruction of the Ukrainian military hardware. The MOD also said that it hit the Ukrainian military in the Sumy region of Ukraine.
Nigeria's participation in the 2024 Paris Olympics has ended without the country winning a single medal. Tessa Makende has more.
Nigeria, which has a dominance in sports in Africa, registered to participate in 12 events at the Olympics. No medals have been won despite the approval of about $6 million for participants by the government. Sports authorities in the country say administrative lapses were part of the problem. Some of the country's best performances at the Olympics was by the female basketball team, the Tigers, which reached the last 8 teams in their category, making them the first African side to get to that point. They were eventually knocked out of the quarterfinal by the U.S. team.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250 TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP, and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. So I can see why they still have flood warnings in place in parts of eastern South Carolina, because they indeed got more showers and thunderstorms Saturday, Sunday. Wow. Sunday, the National Weather Service's Charleston office warned that another 3 to 4 inches of rain were possible during the afternoon and evening. Showers and thunderstorms developed across Charleston County, down through Chatham County and inland. Even in the drier areas, more than 35,000 homes and businesses. Stretching from the Carolinas to the Northeast, still no electricity this past afternoon. Some 23,000 outages lingered in hard-hit Ohio, where Debbie-related storms, including tornadoes, blew through the northeastern part of the state last week. Debbie's last day and night over the U.S., inundating parts of New York, Pennsylvania, and New England, with rain and flooding on Friday. They spoke to one family, a farmer in Canasteo, New York, where they said floodwaters destroyed about 3/4 of the 1,200-acre farm, including 400 acres of corn, 200 acres of soybean, hundreds more acres of hay they used to feed the cows and other animals. Total devastation, she says. Said the family, which has operated the farm for about 37 years, hasn't had a chance to take a full accounting of the damage, but said all their 150 cows and 200 young stock are safe. All the farm equipment's been recovered. Now, whether it works, that's another thing. The water came in fast. Recovery efforts were ongoing in upstate New York, Steuben County. Officials announced plans to distribute water bottles and cleanup kits to those impacted by the flooding Sunday and Monday. The Red Cross also opened a shelter for flood victims in a high school and plan to keep that operating until Monday. Look, that's a county right along the Pennsylvania state line where they had declared a state of emergency, flash flood emergency back on Friday, as the floodwaters engulfed homes, farms, roadways. Twice in 3 years. They also had flooding back in 21. Twice in 3 years, the Tuscarora Creek turned from a gentle stream into a raging river. The sun came up Saturday. Volunteers fixed breakfast. People from all 4 towns rolled up their sleeves, took a deep breath, and pretty much went to work. So the cleanup efforts are underway there. Meanwhile, Double R, good morning, everyone. Headed to Charlotte. Anita is at home, doing so much better. The doctor has her on oxygen to strengthen her lungs. Thanks for all the prayers from everyone out there. Please be safe. All right, he just chimed in here about a minute ago. All right, Double R, good. Thank you for the update. Continued healing for Anita there, who's been through a tough time. Boy, trying to get the oxygen levels up. That's been their battle. Meanwhile, we'll get back to the calls ahead at 844-844-3388. We had been awaiting, and I believe it was Shorty last week made a good point that I shared with the listening audience. He said August the 12th is a significant date to Israel on the calendar. And we know in the Muslim world, historical dates, anniversaries, and things that nature do hold a lot of significance. August 12th, that is today. The date where, how did he put it? Israel had been destroyed twice, many. First, what was it, the Ottoman Empire, and then years later, the Roman Empire. So August 12. Yeah, we had been awaiting for over a week now. Is Iran second thinking retaliation? The update on Sunday. Israeli Defense Minister spoke on Sunday with U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, telling him that Iran's military preparations suggest they're getting ready for a large-scale attack. The Israeli intelligence community believes Iran may attack within days, citing several sources this past day. That would be in retaliation for the killing of the Hamas leader and, of course, what was the other? The other leader there, Hezbollah. The urgency of the situation underscored by the imminent ceasefire and hostage negotiations scheduled for Thursday, which Israeli officials have described as a critical now or never moment. The looming threat from Iran could severely jeopardize those pivotal talks, which are intended to address the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas. According to one source, the intelligence report drafted over the past 24 hours reflected a new, heightened level of concern. Until recently, Israeli assessments suggested Iran had not yet finalized its response. International pressure alongside internal deliberations might lead to a postponement or moderation of retaliation. In a statement Friday, Iran's mission to the United Nations indicated a hope that any response would be carefully timed to avoid undermining the potential ceasefire. The stakes for the coming week are high as the Biden administration seeks to broker a resolution that could prevent further escalation and possibly secure a significant breakthrough in negotiations. Now, the situation took a setback this past day, when Hamas rejected an invitation from the U.S., Qatar, and Egypt for a final round of negotiations on the Gaza ceasefire and a hostage deal. Israeli intelligence remains concerned Hezbollah, likely to retaliate first for the assassination of their top military commander, could be joined by Iran in a larger coordinated attack. The potential scale is expected to surpass Iran's previous strikes, involving missile and drone attacks targeting both military and civilian areas in central Israel. So even though the clock keeps ticking with each passing day, you hope things may be calming, but it sounds like do not let your guard down at this point in time. Tensions in the Middle East. It's 18 before the hour. See what's happening with Russell this morning. I guess it's back to the old grind after the weekend just flies right by. Hey there, Russ.
Yes, it does. How you doing, Steve?
Doing well.
Good. You know, I was listening to Monkey Gouger. I had the same frustration. Of course, I got a prosthetic leg when I had to get my ankle amputated after when I was a bus driver and I had to give it my job. But it seemed like you said, there's always somebody that's parked in one of those handicap spots that does not have a placard. I get upset over it and everything. I'm like, you know what? I'm not the handicap placard patrol, but it's irritating. You know, when somebody's there and you can't, get a parking space. It's not right. But what I was wanting to call about is first I was watching, the ID channel for what is it? Investigation Discovery on cable. Mm-hmm. They talking about murders and all that stuff. Well, first of all, I was watching it earlier today. It's about the Green River murders with Gary Ridgway. I thought this was the case. I wasn't sure. He killed more people than what Ted Bundy did. I was like, I wasn't sure, but I thought it was. But I was like, man. But what led me to this, though, is on ID, starting on, I think it's going to be on Wednesdays at 10 o'clock. They're going to have a show, I think it's going to be every Wednesday, called Murder at the Truck Stop. And I'm like, I saw that. I caught my eye. I'm like, oh, man, I got called. tell Steve about that. I thought it was kind of interesting. I'm like, well, we talked about that a couple of weeks ago. You did about, truckers and serial killers and all that stuff. But, and that may be kind of interesting. And one more thing here. I've been like you. I've been trying to keep up on the news because, you just don't know when Iran's going to attack. I've been going all the stuff every 2 or 3 hours. I'll look at Fox News or wherever and see if anything's going on, because something's going to break loose. It's too quiet, but it'd be nice if nothing happened. It would be nice, but who knows?
Yeah, we could only hope, but I just have a sneaky suspicion it's not going to end peacefully, right?
Exactly, yeah. I'm glad to hear about Double R's wife, and glad to hear she's doing good. That's all I got here, Steve. Thanks for taking my call, and everyone have a good one.
Thank you, Russell. Have a great morning as we get the new week underway here. It is 844-844-3388. Over the weekend from the Financial Times, in regards to the trucking industry, which has been gripped by the downturn for 2.5 years now. The U.S. trucking industry beginning to show signs of life after one of the deepest downturns in its history, with demand picking up even as prices remain suppressed by excess fleet capacity, soaring fixed costs, and increased competition for limited freight loads. Request for shipments in the U.S. rose on average 9% year over year in the second quarter. Tender rejections, a measurement of carriers' willingness to accept loads, increased 1.3% from the same period last year, meaning truckload capacity is slowly starting to tighten, according to the data from logistics intelligence firm FreightWaves. Bob Costello, chief economist of the ATA, says, I do think the worst is finally behind us following a consumer products surge during the pandemic that led to one of the largest upswings in trucking demand. The industry hit with a freight recession in 2022 as inflationary pressure led to a decline in consumer spending, forced a reduction in cargo volumes and rates. Rates went into the proverbial free fall. We're seeing an extended trough. The surplus of trucks left over from the boom was not met with sufficient demand, leading to a capacity overhang still being felt by companies today. Company results have yet to show much of a recovery. U.S. transporter J.B. Hunt, one of the largest in the industry, missed earnings expectations for the fifth consecutive quarter on July 15. They cited understimulation of assets, flat pricing as the main drivers for low revenue. We still see oversupply across all modes, with shippers having options on both mode and provider to move their freight. Now, while capacity is not a top concern right now, there is an awareness that this will change at some point. But as consumer demand continues to rise, the trucking industry looks optimistically towards rate gain momentum in 2025, particularly if interest rates come down. According to the vice president of FTR Transportation Intelligence, we could be back by, say, the middle of next year, late next year, to something that's very comfortable for carriers. However, structural issues persist for trucking firms, particularly around cost and competition. Industry marginal costs, excluding fuel surcharges, rose more than 6% last year. According to the American Transportation Research Institute, insurance and maintenance costs have gone up a third, primarily due to high interest rates, installation of new technology, and an uptick in truck-related accidents, increasing expense pressure on the especially small to mid-sized fleets. That's the killer for the trucking companies, explains Costello. Their cost inflation is still going up significantly. Despite the rising cost, cash reserves from the freight surge during the pandemic have, for the most part, allowed smaller carriers to survive the tough market right now, although over 25,000 trucking firms have already exited. The smallest players, those with less than 5 trucks, make up more than 85% of the market. The growth of small carriers has largely been driven by increased access to commercial driving licenses and technology that's allowed the Uberization of freight loads. Rather than relying on brokers and existing relationship with cargo movers, drivers can utilize digital platforms to see where available loads are and independently take on freight. As a result, the number of carriers has remained at a high level, spreading out the freight volumes over a larger range of companies, increasing price competition. Carriers right now are essentially playing a game of chicken, whereby larger players are avoiding their own capacity drawdowns by waiting for smaller firms to exit the market due to cost increases, slowing the reduction of industry oversupply. A lot of these operations have been very, very hesitant about cutting back because they're anticipating a recovery. Now, I think most people, though, had anticipated that recovery would have taken place by now. But as supply reduces and demand accelerates, forecasters predict rate improvements are on the horizon. Exits are still happening. From a shipper perspective, if you're looking for cost savings, the time, for the most part, has passed. All right. Light at the end of the tunnel. But man, I mean, 2025, mid-25 still seems like a long ways off. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Rolling toward news break, top of the hour, just around the corner. What's going on in this country? Independent journalist Matt Taibbi confirmed over the weekend a whistleblower report alleging that former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard has been placed on a terror watch list under something known as the Open Skies program. The whistleblower from the report in Undercover D.C., Sonia Hightower-Labasco, joined The Blaze to discuss the implications of this. It's rather shocking. How does an Army Reserve officer like Tulsi Gabbard suddenly end up on a terror watch list, Jill asks. Labasco says we still don't know how Miss Gabbard and her husband were placed on this terrorist watch. Yeah, we're internally in the Federal Air Marshal Service. We have federal air marshals deployed all over the world and domestically, and there's no one within the agency that can answer that question. But she speculates the decision to place Gabbard and her husband on the watch list means political warfare. We've been blowing the whistle on the TSA for putting people on that list because of their political opinions. Noting that her opinion is that Tulsi has been targeted because of how vocal she has been regarding the Biden-Harris administration's absurd policies. She then played a clip of an interview that Tulsi did with Chris Williamson on the Modern Wisdom podcast, where she said, President Biden has not been the guy calling the shots. He's not been the guy making the decisions, nor has it been Kamala Harris for that matter, nor will it be if she's elected president. It is the cabal, the Democrat elite, the woke warmongers made up of the likes of Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, people who are in the military-industrial complex, people who profit from us being in a constant state of war. It's those in the administrative state and the national security state who derive more authorities and ability to take away our liberty when we're in a heightened state of crisis. Now, Jill cites the First Amendment proof that Tulsi is well within her right to say this, however angry it may make the politicians that she is outing. I mean, we do have a constitution, right? Hold the thought. We'll pick up there. The question is, how many of us might be on said list at this point in time?
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. After 329 medal events in 32 sports across 19 days, the 2024 Paris Olympic Games have come to an end. The US topped the medals table. Both it and China won 40 gold medals, but the US secured more silvers. 85 different countries won medals and 10 new world records were set.
A parade of athletes and spectacular show was put on because there was always a look back over the past 2.5 weeks by the host nation, by France, to remember all the achievements in their part of the ceremony. And always in the Olympic closing events, there is a look forward to the next hosts and Los Angeles in 2028. The passing of the Olympic flag from one mayor to another, from Anne Hidalgo to Karen Bass, also American superstars taking part in the ceremony like Snoop Dogg, the Red Hot Chili Peppers and Billie Eilish, to throw forward to that Hollywood glitz and glamour that we can expect in California in 4 years' time. But the French also looking back on this amazing 2.5 weeks. There have been some problems, for example, the race to try to get the Seine River clean for the triathlon to take place, but overall a real sense of festivity, a real sense of joy as the Olympic Games came back to France for the first time in 100 years. Ross Cullen in Paris.
Tropical storm Maria has made landfall in northern Japan, dumping a month's worth of rain on the region. Officials say it's just the third such storm to hit this part of the country's Pacific coast since records began. East Asia correspondent William Denslow is reporting.
More than 360 millimetres of rain, roughly 14 inches, has fallen on the Tohoku region in a 24-hour period. Japan's meteorological agency says this brings with it the risk of landslides, high waves and over-flooding rivers. Major travel disruptions are expected, with local media reporting dozens of cancelled flights to northern Japan. Maria is expected to be downgraded to a depression by Tuesday, but its slow movement means the region could face heavy rainfall for a prolonged period. The storm comes as the country is bracing for a possibility of a mega quake after a 7.1 magnitude earthquake was recorded early this month. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
US President Joe Biden says he dropped out of the presidential race because he was worried internal Democratic Party discussions about his fitness to serve would be a distraction for his campaign.
The CBS Sunday Morning interview was Joe Biden's first since his decision to drop out of the race on July the 21st. The president said he made the call to save democracy over any personal ambition. The 81-year-old also claimed he had no serious problem with his health, putting his disastrous debate performance against Donald Trump, which triggered the groundswell of concern amongst Democrats, down to being unwell on the day. One hell of a team is how he described his replacement Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz, and he called his erstwhile rival a genuine danger to American security.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today and tomorrow at what may be in store for Bangladesh, following the recent protests that saw the deaths of more than 400 people and the surprise ouster of long-serving, increasingly autocratic Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She dramatically fled to India. The protests were rooted in public opposition to a High Court ruling that reinstated a quota reserving more than half the country's civil service jobs for specific groups of people, many of them supporters of Hasina's political party. Now, Muhammad Yunus, who created the modern-day microfinance industry, has returned to Bangladesh in an effort to lead a caretaker administration. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
Bangladesh, 8th largest country by population in the world, 3rd largest Islamic country in the world. Student leaders in particular had said they would not accept a military-led government but wanted Muhammad Yunus to lead. He is a Nobel laureate. He is well known for establishing what's known as Grameen Bank, a microcredit organization that was aimed at lifting the poor from abject poverty and seen as a real solution, and not just Bangladesh. Very well known internationally, and now could be bringing Bangladesh to some sort of a new era of stability.
But Yunus's arrival in Dhaka was not part of any kind of constitutional process. Tomorrow we'll look at whether the country can restore legitimacy and democracy in its governance. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. After 329 medal events across 19 days, the Paris Olympic Games have come to an end, with the US topping the medals table. Tropical storm Maria has made landfall in northern Japan, dumping a month's worth of rain on the region. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you much as we kick off a brand new week. Another weekend in the books. And indeed, the Perseid meteor shower is officially, well, it's been underway, but tonight's the peak. I actually saw 3 of them during the news break there. Now, they did say things really pick up after 2 a.m. in your respective time zones. So here we are, 2 a.m. in the Eastern time zone. Yeah, not bad. Pappy, are you on the back porch enjoying the show there? I can see him out there with his night vision goggles looking toward the heavens. Meanwhile, around the country, it is 844-844-3388. Now, let me finish up with how does the likes of Tulsi Gabbard, who was kind of in play as a potential VP running mate, somebody suggested her for Donald Trump. Yeah, of course, she was a presidential candidate for, what was that? Was that 2020? I've lost track of the time. So they kind of left off. She has every right to say the things that she has said about the current administration. We do have a constitution. But unfortunately, unelected bureaucrats at the Transportation Security Administration are trying to enforce this unconstitutional policy on Ms. Gabbard, her husband, and many others. Matthew Peterson asked, what exactly do we know about the criteria by which they place people on what they call the quiet skies list? Do they actually have a set criteria that allow them to go after political opponents? Now, the TSA is going to say that she or her husband or someone in her connections violated some sort of an algorithm or rule. But there's also one other thing that can happen. if you get sideways at the airport with anyone in the airport in the TSA, they can go in and issue that status on this list. Now, will Gabbard's name being on the list really have an impact on her life? Question? Well, apparently the answer is possibly. Once you're placed on this watch list, this can go out to local law enforcement and create a lot of bad things. For example, you get pulled over for a traffic stop. According to reports, until just recently, Gabbard was not aware that there were actually 2 explosive detective canine teams, one transportation security specialist for the explosives, one plainclothes TSA supervisor, and 3 federal air marshals on every flight she boards. Things that make you go, really? Why? All right, it's 844-844-3388. Trust you had a good weekend. I think there needs to be a little further investigation into this. There are several calls for just that to take place. Who are we? How many people and for what reason are they showing up on these kind of lists? Sasquatch joins us as we start the new week. Good morning. Hey there.
How are you this fine, wonderful morning?
Oh, Monday, the greatest day of the week.
Yeah, you're right. I understand that. I have a simple observation that I kind of don't understand, but yet I do. Some news channel was comparing Biden's interview on CBS, mind you, to when Nixon give his resignation speech on national television at the White House.
Really?
And they caught Nixon red-handed. His speech was 20 minutes. That interview was 2 minutes and 12 seconds for Biden. Why? To be such a national history moment of the first president to ever step down as running for president, an interview was 2 minutes and 12 seconds compared to what Nixon did. Really? Was that staged or what? I'm just asking.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and they only asked, 4 questions? And he based it on the fact that he didn't want his constituents to think that he had health issues. But if you watch his eye movement, all that, he tells that he's having issues.
Okay.
And he was telling that his eyes was moving like he was, I just say, I won't call the man a liar, but maybe a little reckless with the truth.
Okay. Well, that's been the status quo for years, forever.
Right. Well, any politician's a little reckless with the truth. And I don't care where you're at, local, national, whatever level, politicians are reckless with the truth. But so, I was just kind of wanted to make that observation to see if I was the only one that sat and watched that this morning, and why he didn't put that on all the major networks. He only put it on CBS. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or not, but he only put it on one station instead of all the major networks. What? Was he afraid of something? I mean, they caught Nixon red-handed, and he went national. So I'm just simple observation on that. Now, I have to tell you a story about truck parking. I was up in Michigan at a certain truck stop, and a guy had backed his truck up and set the trailer right at the exit ramp of the Catskill. And went in, was in the shower, in the bathroom, everything else. That poor girl paged that truck for probably 20 minutes. Middle of the day, guys trying to get in and get out. Well, a certain individual was standing right behind me when I made the comment about him not being able to park there. I went out and banged on his door, and he was walking right behind me, and he said, "Can I help you?" I said, "Yeah." "Who told you you could park there?" "Oh, I thought it would be okay." And I was like, "No. Why would you do that?" "Oh, I just thought it would be okay." Well, don't do it no more. I think as drivers, did I lose it?
No, we got you. We got you.
Okay. I think as drivers and individuals, we need to take back what our fathers started. And they took pride in the fact, the way they acted, the way they presented themselves. And we're not doing that. Everybody just kind of turning their head. And now, mind you, not every guy is going to be able to do that. They don't call me Sasquatch for nothing, but I am 6'5" and tip the scale is about 300, and I'm not fat.
Okay.
So I'm not afraid. Well, what I guess I'm saying is
not intimidated.
No, not by a whole lot, no. And it just, the whole idea of that guy parking there in the middle of the day, and I went in the middle of the day, and there was parking spots everywhere. There was no reason for that. And I made that suggestion to him very, very point blank, and he was like, "What business is it of yours? There's 5 trucks sitting over there waiting to get their job done, and most of them are not getting paid to scale their trucks waiting on you." And Steve, it was the most dumbfounded look that I had ever seen somebody on their face, like somebody actually stuck their nose in to help somebody else. And I think we need to do more of that in this country because we've got away from that. So that's all I got for today.
Very good. I think that would be a good thing. Is it too late to take
now, I don't. Go ahead.
I was going to say, is it too late? Is it too late? Has it gotten too far? I mean, with so many drivers out there that cannot speak the language, cannot read the language, and just the nonchalant attitude. Is it too late to take the industry back?
Good possibility. That's very, yeah. I think, the flip-flop truck drivers are taking over. And that's why the big article that you had about the freight rates and the truckloads and all that are coming up, because these guys are doing this stuff for nothing. Doing all this freight work for nothing, and they think that because they come from some third world country, come over here, get their CDL, and they think, "Oh, wow, I see $2,200 a week, and I'm doing great." That doesn't even pay the bills. So, but no, I think the flip-flop truck drivers are taking over, but yet there's still enough of us old guys out here with broken filters that don't care. And I will tell you, going down the road on the phone, put on the dash with the flip-flops. Really? Yeah, no. But as they called it in my generation, the old chain drive wallet guys, okay? Yes, they're about gone. but maybe we might be able to take it back. I don't know. I was one of the 30,000 yellow drivers that got terminated permanently, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where that's going to come into play. But if they can get rid of that, and they were using a lot of the foreign drivers to do some of our work. So I don't know. But I think we need to take back what our fathers put into this industry, whether they were a radio host or a driver, long-haul produce hauler, or whatever we do. And do it respectfully, because they'll cry wolf every time you say something to them. So, and you said something about the ones that don't speak the language.
Right.
I have a question on that. How did they read to get to where they're at? How did they speak
to get their CDL?
I'm working.
That's because so many
to get to CDL.
So many states are now offering.
Right.
They're offering the test in multiple languages, and they're offering interpreters. I don't know how many different languages, but yeah, they're offering interpreters, and that's all because when the CVSA took the must be able to communicate in English, read, and speak in order to be able to communicate with law enforcement. If you're hauling a load, you're involved in an incident, you got to be able to tell them if you've got something hazardous on. The CVSA removed that from their out-of-service criteria. Yes, it's still in the Green Book, but it's no longer an out-of-service criteria violation. So it's almost like a blind eye is being turned to that. All right, great to hear from you, Sasquatch. Thanks for chiming in. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, I do see where. Are you with me? Big Ed is on board. I don't know if he got up for a pee break, but I was going to share your little story from this past day. Big Ed sat down at the keyboard, spent a little time, a little bit of reminiscing. Got a couple minutes. Let me go ahead and share that. To which he said, sitting here listening to the sound of thunder, drinking a cup of coffee and having, well, it was an emotional weekend for myself. I met my granddaughters and their kids Friday in Cherokee, but I'll share that visit later. Received a call Thursday that my brother-in-law, Bill, had passed. I attended his celebration of life Saturday at Crosses, Arkansas, Crosses Community Church. In reflection of the years I've known Bill, the thought came across my mind how his obituary would read. Once I received a copy, it was what I thought it would be, just a few paragraphs about his life. Really, there's no way they could write his obituary without writing a book. Because if a story was written about Bill, it would be a novel. 500 pages of stories that this man accomplished throughout his life. Even with information I'm sharing about Bill, isn't really enough to describe who William Bill Glenn Waggoner was as a man, a father, husband, friend, family member, and great citizen of the community. We all see the monuments our society will build about these great people who have done good with their lives, and it's told about in all the big newspapers. People flock to see those monuments. About our hero in this life, Billy was an unassuming individual. You noticed I changed from Bill to Billy. I mean, he hated that name, Billy. Whenever Glenda would reference to Bill, she'd always call him Billy. She was the one individual who could actually get by with calling him Billy. I asked her, why don't you call him Bill? She said, he married my younger sister. He's my younger brother, so I call him Billy. If he was older than me, I'd call him Bill. But I'm the oldest sibling, and he'll always be Billy in my book. Now, let someone else reference to Bill as Billy, and he would let you know the name's Bill. So, Glenda, I'm sure you and Billy will have a great ministry together in heaven. When an individual's called into ministry, God don't just pick someone from the great college of minds. When the Holy Spirit calls you, you drop everything and serve. Some of the greatest ministry of our times were men and women of humble character. These men and women, their works are just as impressive as the Jerry Falwells or that guy in Houston. I can't think of his name, but I guess the dog and pony show they push on television really doesn't resonate with me. I know I'm being judgmental in that, but I doubt very seriously I will flock to Houston to attend his mega church. I doubt I'll ever stand at the pulpit and give testimony for God's blessings in my life. One being my financial gift would never be big enough. But I stood and witnessed for God at the Crosses Community Church, stood behind that pulpit. That pulpit came out of a chicken coop that Bill's granddad ministered from. The pulpit was replaced years ago and stored in a chicken coop. In 2001, when this humbled individual felt the call to the ministry, he went back to the little church that his granddad started, pulled the pulpit out of the chicken coop, refurbished it, and started preaching from that pulpit. It was a little church, probably 50 people could fit and sit comfortably and listen to God's word, but as time went on, the church began to grow. And with that came the problem of room for expansion. If God's going to send the people, then you're going to need a bigger facility to handle the growth. Through Bill's leadership, the 50-people church now seats better than 300. The lives this humbled man touched is beyond my scope of imagination. It's beyond my ability to share his life story. And I know and witnessed because it would be a novel. A man that I never once in my lifetime of knowing him ever showed anger, never passed judgment against anyone or anything. I read a book entitled Those Who Suffer Well. If I was to write a book about Bill, it would title it, Those Whom Serve Well. What little I've written here is but a small part that this man played in life to make the lives of his community better. So if you ever feel you need to travel a long way and see a monument, go to Crosses, Arkansas. Attend the church that Bill, with God's blessing, built. If you feel the need to witness, ask to stand behind the pulpit that came out of a chicken coop and share your testimonial.
Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Hamas says they won't take part in the next round of Gaza ceasefire negotiations, saying they disagree with Israel's new terms and want a deal based on previous plans set out by US President Joe Biden. Mediators from the United States, Egypt and Qatar have been pushing for new talks to end the war and secure the release of Israeli hostages. This comes after an Israeli attack on a school in northern Gaza that killed 80 Palestinians sheltering there, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, and as thousands of Palestinians are being forced to evacuate southern Gaza. Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Thousands of people once again on the move. They're being told to go to these so-called humanitarian areas in the Gaza Strip like Al-Mawasi. Now, the Israeli military, it began dropping flyers over the northern part of Han Yunis, saying that it has precise intelligence that Hamas is once again operating there. Now, just a few hours ago, the IDF put out a statement saying that it did hit what it is calling a facility that terrorists were operating from, saying that this is the site that a barrage of rockets were fired from yesterday into Israeli territory.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed Kyiv's troops are fighting inside Russia, days into the surprise Ukrainian cross-border incursion into Russia's Kursk region that's become a major embarrassment for the Kremlin. Moscow has sent reinforcements and evacuated civilians from that region. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Moscow said on Sunday that it had foiled Ukrainian attempts to break through deep into the Russian territory. Russian Ministry of Defense said it continued to fight against the Ukrainian incursion in the Kursk region and had destroyed up to 1,400 Ukrainian troops since Tuesday. It also released the videos showing the destruction of the Ukrainian military hardware. The MOD also said that it hit the Ukrainian military in the Sumy region of Ukraine.
Nigeria's participation in the 2024 Paris Olympics has ended without the country winning a single medal. Tessa Makende has more.
Nigeria, which has a dominance in sports in Africa, registered to participate in 12 events at the Olympics. No medals have been won despite the approval of about $6 million for participants by the government. Sports authorities in the country say administrative lapses were part of the problem. Some of the country's best performances at the Olympics was by the female basketball team, the Tigers, which reached the last 8 teams in their category, making them the first African side to get to that point. They were eventually knocked out of the quarterfinal by the US team.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5555 5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, back on a Monday. All right, trust you had a good weekend. The Olympic Games. We're keeping my son company as he's stuck in that chair for weeks, weeks to come. Said, I don't know what I'm going to watch now. So I did get to tune into some of the games over the weekend. I did not realize 2028. The Summer Games return to the USA, Los Angeles. A city famous for the car culture, notorious for its traffic. They're saying they will strongly emphasize the use of public transportation when they host the Olympic Games in 2028. According to the mayor over the weekend, LA, the birthplace of the modern freeway system, but its decades-long romance with the automobile comes with a cost. Soul-crushing congestion, frequently poor air quality. The no-car games means that you'll have to take public transportation to get to all the venues in 28. She explained at a press conference in Paris. In order to do that, we've been building out transports and system. She said the city will utilize 3,000 buses loaned to them from around the country to ease traffic congestion. The government last month, federal government, pledged $900 million to help improve the city's rail and bus systems in anticipation of those games. Now, while that phrase, no car games, is sure to raise eyebrows, there will be no prohibition on driving to venues like Dodger Stadium and the Rose Bowl, which have parking lots. Instead, the idea is to encourage the use of public transit as much as possible. We're already working to create jobs by expanding our public transportation system in order for us to have the no-car games. And that is a feat in Los Angeles because we've always been in love with our cars. But we are already working to ensure we can build a greener Los Angeles. How's that going to work out? What do you think? The no-car games. So some venues you will be able to get to via automobile. I guess a lot of places you're going to have to park. Take the train, take the bus, whatever other method of transport will be available. 2028. Well, Philip, how was your birthday weekend?
It was pretty good. I had a good time with the family and whatnot. I don't think I'll be going to those 28 games out there. I don't want to go out there anyway, so I'll sit home and watch it on TV like my son's doing this week. So, yeah, I heard that LA had it again. Steve, how many times has LA hosted the Olympics? They've hosted it before, right?
I don't recall the last time they hosted the games. I'm surely they have at some point in time, but
yeah, well, like I said, I'll just watch it on TV or watch it on the computer or whatever. What I did with this one. This one was pretty good. I've seen a lot of cool things with this Olympics. But Big Ed, I appreciate you sending that story to Steve, because you know a lot of people when they read the obituaries, and the thing that a lot of people don't do anymore, which is read a newspaper, but they see the obituaries on the computers and whatnot, and they don't, you know, they just see what's in like a little paragraph about somebody, and they really don't know nobody personally, you know. We just lost one of our guys that used to work with us in monorails down here at Disney, and he passed away the day before my birthday. And you know, this guy came up through the ranks, started out as just a regular Joe, and ended up being a manager. And then COVID came along, and then COVID kind of consumed his position, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And but he was one of those guys that was a mentor to a lot of folks, and you know, made a difference to a lot of people's lives in their work life, you know. And that's the stuff that, you know, these obituaries and whatnot really doesn't present, you know, when they write the obituary for somebody, you know. And you really don't have a lot of space to put all that stuff in there, you know. But you know, these people make a mark on somebody's life for the rest of their life, you know. It's just one little thing you help somebody with, you know, you've made a difference, you know. But moving on, Steve, did you hear about SpaceX scrubbing yesterday?
I did not.
Yeah, they got her down to about, what, 40, 50 seconds, something like that. Scrubbed her out, and nobody knows why. They just said, we're not going. And the weather was perfect. As far as we knew, the rocket was healthy. They didn't talk too much about that. They said the payload and the rocket are healthy, and they're going to try this morning at 6:30 our time here at Eastern time. They're going to try taking off out here. So it was strange, but they had one out in Vandenberg, and that one went off last night or yesterday. And no, it was just weird. You know, they didn't give any kind of reasoning of, you know, it was ground support or anything like that. It was just, you know, we decided to cancel it. We scrubbed it. So I don't know what they found or what went down, but I think since they had that issue with that one, they've kind of been really, really watching what's going on with them a little bit closer, instead of being really, let's just get it up there and get it done type of thing. You know, I think they're being a little bit more kit-clack gloves on a lot of things. Steve, you guys, I heard you earlier talking a little bit about flooding. I think, was it Monkey Gouger that called in and talked about the flooding and whatnot out there in South Carolina?
Yes.
Just the guy put you guys in perspective of what these storms do. I know that a lot of y'all watched on TV and saw that when that storm came up over on the west coast of Florida, it looked like, you know, it was a tropical storm and then turned into a hurricane. Well, when those feeder bands came on at Sarasota and Bradenton and those places down there, you know, we've seen pictures of roads that were flooded, excuse me. And at Bradenton, it actually took out the drag track, Steve, and it flooded it, which I know the water's down by now. It's got to be down by now, but it did a lot of damage down there to that drag racing track. And a lot of it was because of new development that has been going up around it. They had put these big berms up around this development to kind of deaden the sound up. They were 15 foot. They're not no more. The rain knocked them down. They're only 5 foot high now. But they put these big berms around it. And what they didn't realize was they were pushing the water more towards their neighbor, if you know what I mean, Steve. So, you know, all this new development stuff, you know, these people need to be a little bit more paying attention to details when they set up their land, because you can flood your neighbor out and not even know it when you do stupid stuff like that. And it also washed out the main entry point to the Freedom Factory, which is Cletus McFarland's track that's over on the other side. Now, Cletus had put the video up. If anybody wants to see it, it's on YouTube. He's driving a jet boat down the drag race track that's completely flooded down there. And that was the Bradenton track next to his.
Okay.
His track got the usual flooding stuff that you get all the time during these kind of storms. He said his track would go down the next day. The water would go down. But the big thing is the main entranceway to their track got one of the main entranceways got completely barreled out because all this water came rushing through and took it out. You know, and it's something you have to pay attention to with these storms. And just because it's a tropical storm doesn't mean it's not going to put a lot of water in there, you know. And that thing that's out there right now, are you watching it, that are what's going to be a Nesto?
And hopefully it takes the northward turn. I mean, that's what most of the modelers are showing. Like it should turn north later this week.
Well, they're talking about it turning north on Friday because the high is supposed to back out and go to the east. Now, we'll see if that plays out.
Mm-hmm.
But you never can tell. I don't trust nothing until the thing is past where I live at. That's the way I look at it. And if I was Bermuda, by what I'm seeing right now, I think I'd be paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah.
Bermuda looks pretty tough out there in Bermuda, and it's something that we got to pay attention about. Earlier, heard that gentleman talking about the truck parking. I think a lot of that with the newer drivers, Steve, is laziness, and they don't have no common sense. I mean, if you got a cat scale, you know people are going to go over a cat scale. You don't park at the exit of it, and you know what? Get off your fat butt. You have to walk. You walk. Sorry, it sucks to be you, but it's just something that has to happen. You know, I mean, a lot of us old guys that we had to walk a lot more than a lot of folks did, but we did it. Didn't care about it. And think about all the guys that didn't have truck stops back in the day. You know, they had to figure out where they were going to take a shower at, or figure out where they had to go to the bathroom, or figure out where they're going to get something to eat. You know, these new guys need to understand that, and that's what it just boils down to. They don't have no common sense and they're lazy. I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's what it sounded like to me in that scenario that he presented to us. So that's just my opinion, buddy. Y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
All right. Glad you enjoyed your birthday weekend there with the family. So happy birthday. So I pulled up, and he's correct, from space.com. It says less than a minute to go from liftoff. SpaceX called an abort of the Starlink 10-7 mission. The call came just seconds after the launch director said they are go for launch. This was the second of 3 planned launches over the weekend. Now SpaceX is targeting liftoff no earlier than 6:37 Eastern Daylight Time from Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center. I think they're talking this morning, a Monday morning launch. Spaceflight will have live coverage beginning an hour prior to liftoff, so here coming up in a few hours, actually. In a post-scrub statement, SpaceX did not specify what caused the scrub, but just noted that the vehicle and the payload are in good health, and teams are resetting for a launch attempt today, Monday, August 12. And then, as you mentioned, they did indeed launch from California this past evening. And that was Norway's Arctic satellite broadband mission, a satellite that they launched this past evening. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, so it's only a Monday, 12th day of August, and we're talking Monday a week from now. We'll be watching this next tropical system. Obviously, that far out, you can't rule anything out, right? Right on the heels of Debbie. Potential Tropical Cyclone 5, according to the National Hurricane Center. Saturday, AccuWeather initiated a forecast track map for this particular storm, highlighting the risk for impactful weather across the Caribbean and Bermuda. The current forecast shows this feature ramping up to a tropical storm as early as today, Monday. Once it reaches tropical storm strength, it would claim the next name on the list this season, which is Ernesto. Now, forecasters warn this feature could ramp up to at least Category 1 hurricane as it travels across the warm waters of the far northeastern Caribbean and shifts north of Puerto Rico and Hispaniola. All right, hurricane experts are kind of cutting areas of the Leeward Islands, Puerto Rico, Hispaniola, the Turks and Caicos Islands on alert for impacts this week. Projected to take on a general west-northwesterly track through at least the middle of this week. Now, that's when things get a bit iffy. Forecasters say that a crucial factor for whether or not locations in the western Bahamas, Florida, and the remainder of the southeast U.S. coast could feel impacts is dependent upon the upper-level steering winds. Wind shear is forecast to be pretty light as the storm approaches and moves through the northeastern Caribbean islands. After moving through the islands, the storm will likely be drawn to the north by an amplified southward dip in the jet stream. Right now, the weather along the southeastern U.S. coast looks fairly nice next weekend. So even if the storm remains well offshore, coastal impacts, rough surf, rip currents, may spell trouble for beach goers trying to soak up the last weekends of summertime. This time, it's expected to veer northward and then slightly northeast by late week, potentially ramping up to a major hurricane, Category 3 or higher, before setting its sights on Bermuda by the upcoming weekend. While the storm's expected to journey towards Bermuda, If it takes a bit more of a southerly track initially, it could be pushed closer to the East Coast. So you got to watch these things as the storm advances westward and scrapes the Leeward Islands early this week, bringing rounds of rain across the region. The outer bands will reach the Lesser Antilles later Monday, before encompassing the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico Monday night into Tuesday. So flooding rains for some of the islands there. But so, yeah, like Philip said, at this point, you can't rule anything out. And it's, especially this far in advance, about 7 before the hour. See what's going on with Brain Dead. Is it an actual Monday for you? Did you have 2 weekends in a row, or what's going on?
I know, Steve. Either the planet, moon, and the stars are lined up, or either I need to go play the Mega Millions tomorrow night. Real quick before I get into it, and I know you're going to ask me about my thoughts on the race at Richmond. I did send you a story from over the weekend about this town up near Chicago of where the mayor is missing, and they're $3.5 million in debt.
I printed that.
Crazy,
I printed that story up. Somebody's been doing a lot of personal spending, the way it sounds.
I'll let you get to that later, but real quick, the silly season. Oh, but might want to take some more notes here. Connor Zilic this last week signed with Junior Motorsports full time as he's on loan from Trackhouse Racing. Now, he is a 5-star prospect and pretty much is a proven winner. However, the rumored sponsor is WeatherTech, which is more than likely will jump from Shane Van Gisbergen to his card next year. Now, this is a really great opportunity for him because they're touting him as the next Josh Berry that came up through this way. Is pretty much Junior Motorsports now is becoming the AAA affiliate for Hendrick. Now, the other interesting thing is, are they going to run 4 cars or 5 cars next year? Because, in the Cup Series, you could only run 4 cars. They can run unlimited cars on the Xfinity truck or whatever. But this is the thing, though. Zane Mayer is leaving. He is gone. Now, it's kind of 50-50 of whether Brandon Jones is staying. I was about to say Butch Jones there. But Connor has won an MX-5, ARCA, and the Cars Tour, and he is very great in the road courses. And he'll be making his he already made his second Truck Series, but also Shane Van Gisbergen and Allmendinger are going to be going to the Cup Series next year. Now, Justin Haley is rumored to take the 7 car at Spires Motorsports. Now, the 3rd car at Front Row is looking more like Zane Smith is going to step in and reconnect with that team and will get out of his Trackhouse contract. But another seat taken for Trackhouse is going to be Shane Van Gisbergen. Now, the 3rd car at 2311 is more than likely going to be taken by Riley Hurst, as he has a lot of money coming with him. And that team, since it's a startup team, needs a lot of money. Colleague Racing will have 2 seats open. I do think Allmendinger is going to take one of those seats, but the other one, who knows, anybody's guess. Now, Rick Ware would be also a good spot for Coy LaJoie because him, he burned his bridges by slamming them when he got let go. Of course, Kyle Busch did the same thing too, and that he wants to leave Richard Childress, but neither Hendrick or Gibbs wants him back. So, Sam Mayer is expected to return. Sam Mayer is not going to be returning to Junior Motorsports next year, but is more than likely will be signed to a Cup team. What is expected is the 7 or the 8. The 7 car of Junior Motorsports is going to be signed by Allgaier, and the 8th car will be signed by Sammy Smith.
There you go. All right, pause there because we got news break top of the hour.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Israel has ordered tens of thousands of Palestinians to leave shelters in southern Gaza ahead of fresh strikes on areas which Israel says are harboring Hamas fighters. The forced evacuation comes as the death toll from the weekend airstrikes on a school in Gaza City came to at least 80, an attack that's upset Israel's allies. US Vice President and Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris said on Saturday that far too many civilians have been killed. Her comments came after the US approved $3.5 billion in funding for Israel to buy American weapons as part of a $14.1 billion package approved by Congress. Hamas has said that any return to ceasefire talks should be based on previous plans rather than involving new demands. International mediators are calling on Hamas and Israel to attend negotiations on a ceasefire and hostage release deal on August the 15th. Israel said it would send a team. The US has confirmed it has deployed a guided missile submarine to the Middle East, which will join the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, which is heading to the region. Meanwhile, the Middle East is on high alert in anticipation over a retaliation by Iran on Israel following Israel's killing of Hamas's political leader on Iranian soil. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says his troops have moved into Russian territory to restore justice. He says it's also designed to put pressure on Moscow's forces. It's reported tens of thousands of people have been told to leave their homes in the western Kursk region after Ukraine launched an incursion. Lee Turner's the UK former ambassador to Ukraine and says it's a major problem for Vladimir Putin.
So obviously none of this is part of Putin's plan, and the chaos in Kursk is putting it up in lights that nearly every decision Putin has made since Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has made things worse for ordinary Russians. And if ordinary Russians are being reminded that things aren't going well, that's a problem for Putin.
The top court in Hong Kong has dismissed efforts to overturn the conviction of Jimmy Lai and 6 other pro-democracy campaigners. The individuals had previously been found guilty of organising and taking part in pro-democracy demonstrations back in 2019. William Denzelo reports from Hong Kong.
The appeal revolved around the argument that the conviction infringed on human rights protections laid down by Britain's Supreme Court. But the Court of Final Appeal in Hong Kong ruled that the legal framework differs in the China-ruled city and former British colony. This decision comes months after 2 British judges stepped down from the court, with one saying that Hong Kong's rule of law had been profoundly compromised. The city passed a national security law back in March, mirroring a move by Beijing in 2020, following months of pro-democracy demonstrations in Hong Kong the previous year. Founder of the pro-democracy newspaper Apple Daily, Jimmy Lai, also faces a national security trial later this year after efforts to toss that case were dismissed last month. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today and tomorrow at what may be in store for Bangladesh, following the recent protests that saw the deaths of more than 400 people and the surprise ouster of long-serving, increasingly autocratic Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She dramatically fled to India. The protests were rooted in public opposition to a High Court ruling that reinstated a quota reserving more than half the country's civil service jobs for specific groups of people, many of them supporters of Hasina's political party. Now, Muhammad Yunus, who created the modern-day microfinance industry, has returned to Bangladesh in an effort to lead a caretaker administration. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
Bangladesh, 8th largest country by population in the world, 3rd largest Islamic country in the world. Student leaders in particular had said they would not accept a military-led government but wanted Muhammad Yunus to lead. He is a Nobel laureate. He's well known for establishing what's known as Grameen Bank, a microcredit organization that was aimed at lifting the poor from abject poverty and seen as a real solution, and not just Bangladesh. Very well known internationally, and now could be bringing Bangladesh to some sort of a new era of stability.
But Yunus's arrival in Dhaka was not part of any kind of constitutional process. Tomorrow we'll look at whether the country can restore legitimacy and democracy in its governance. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There we go, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. All right, coming up this hour, some other industry headlines. We'll get the rest of the story on Dalton, Illinois. I guess you'd call that a suburb of Chicago. A little corruption in the mix. No. How could it possibly? Not in that region. And meanwhile, wildfires burning more acres of land this year than any since reliable records began in the state of Oregon. With the mid-August peak of the fire season still upon us. Yeah, 1.4 million acres, nearly 2,200 square miles have burned, according to the Northwest Interagency Coordination Center. That's more than any year since 1992, when reliable records began to be kept, she said, and surpassing the previous record set in 2020. More on that as well coming up here. Meanwhile, okay, we were chatting with Brain Dead, a little NASCAR news and rumors, and yeah, what do you think about Richmond there, though? A little bump and run. So as it was explained to me, I guess Dylan had definitely the faster car, but do you see any potential ramifications, like that was intentional or that kind of thing, or?
I saw the replay. And it looked like the old Earnhardt chrome bumper.
That's what it looked like to me.
And then Denny Hamlin just came out of nowhere and just decided to make the right-hand turn to probably just wipe out Austin Dillon. Austin has not had the greatest of seasons, and this is kind of a booster to him. But now, let me say this. If NASCAR squashes this, they just shot themselves in the foot majorly. Because you have SportsCenter paying attention. You have all the Fox Sports channels paying attention. Why squash it? You're fixing to be going into the playoffs. Why squash it? Why penalize him? Why take away a race? You need the action and the drama to bring it back.
Yeah.
Leave it alone. Maybe slap him on the wrist like they did Earnhardt. But leave it alone because you need that to come into the playoffs. And especially this 2-week break where everybody was focused on that, the junk over or that stuff over in Paris for 2 weeks. That's really going to be beneficial and needing. But let me real quick wrap this up. At Junior Motorsports, this is what I'm expecting. Is Allgaier's going to stay in the 7. Sammy Smith is going to stay in the 8. Connor Zilisch is going to go to the 88 car. Now, Brandon Jones and Sam Mayer's name was not on the driver list. But I do think they're going to get Carson Kvapil. Now, Carson Kvapil, he's going to be the one to get if they could get one. Because he has an average finish of 8th in his starts this year. But they don't have the runs to run 5-car. But Carson Kvapil is going to be the next Josh Berry project because he is that good. One other thing, too, Daniel Suarez re-signed with Trackhouse Racing for next year, and his sponsor, Freeway Insurance, has come along. Now, he's not been real consistent this year. He's been up and down. As we go into the playoffs, though, it's real interesting to watch because if a team gives you a 1-year contract, you better step up your performance the next year to solidify your seat. Otherwise, they're going to replace you. But Steve, how was your weekend other than watching the Olympics and taking care of the son there?
That was about the extent of it.
I figured you'd be getting some skullbusters and pool time in there and listening to the Reds lose.
I got some skullbusters in. It's been kind of cool, little too cool for the pool. And we're in the 50s this morning. I haven't checked my water temperature in a while, but I bet it's down.
Well, it'll feel really good coming up because we'll probably get another heat wave coming on. But Steve, I got to go right out here to Dyersburg and Paducah today. We'll listen to you later on.
All right, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you, Brain Dead. Have a great week. Well, all righty, let's see what's going on with Double R on a Monday. Back on the road, are you?
Hi, brother. How you doing? Yes, I am. I'm doing a short trip. My work has been absolutely great working with me on Anita, and I can't be I'm so thankful, for my job that I got and the way they've been working with me. I'm headed over here to Charlotte. I'm going to grab one vehicle, and then I'm going to take it over toward Brain Dead's area over to Memphis and drop it off on Tuesday and then come right back to the house. But, hey, Steve, I'm not trying to get religious, but can I share a testimony with you that happened to Anita, if that's fine with you? If not, I understand.
I would appreciate it if you would, because I think I did kind of share with the audience that it was almost like a bit of a miracle.
Oh, it was. It was Monday. They put Nita in ICU, and the nurse told us to pretty much prepare ourselves. Anita had 100% double pneumonia in both lungs, and they wanted to put her in an induced coma because she was working her lungs. She was breathing too hard, and she was working her lungs faster than what her heart can keep up with. And she told us that eventually Anita's lungs are going to shut down.
And that's why they wanted to put this vent in to let her lungs rest and let the vent do the work. Well, you know, it just tore me up. I mean, it crushed my world. I just thought, oh my God, I'm going to lose my wife. And they said that she was knocking on heaven's door, and but anyhow, I was upset, crying my eyes. I mean, I was just beside myself, and you know, even though I had family surrounding me, I was still by myself. You know what I mean? And anyhow, my sister-in-law, she had her preacher come up to sit with me to try to comfort me a little bit. And he goes, "You want to go for a walk and you and me talk?" I said, "Sure." So we went for a walk, and we talked, and you know, of course, he's asking me all these questions and stuff, and asking me about Anita, and you know, I told him I answered everything he wanted me to say, but he was getting ready to leave, and I asked him, I said, "Can you do me a favor?" And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "Would you mind going upstairs to ICU with just you and me, and would you say a prayer for Anita?" And he goes, "I'll be more than glad to." We went up to ICU at the time, and Anita she was sweating a little bit, she was cold, she was clammy, and she was gray looking. And I mean, she looked rough. But he said his prayer, and I sat there beside Anita's bed all night long, and I held her hand. I did not let her hand go. I held her hand all night long. And this was probably an hour after Brother Tony said his prayer, and I just said, "Lord, don't take my best friend, please." And it just, out of the spur of the moment, Steve, her vitals, they were very low. They turned around and started going up to the better. And I could not believe it. Nurse come in there, she goes, "I don't know what's going on, but she's doing great. She's doing good." And at 2 o'clock in the morning, they took her out of the coma, and I got to talk to her. And but that was, to me, that was a miracle that I have never seen before in my life. And you know, and I'm not trying to push religion on nobody, but that made a believer out of me. It really did. And I am so thankful today. I mean, it's been hard for me to walk all week, Steve. My feet has not been touching the ground because I've got my best friend with me, you know, but I just wanted to share that with you. She is doing so good right now. The doctor sent her home. Her oxygen level, every time she gets up to go for a walk, her oxygen level will drop down to the low 70s, low 60s in that ballpark. And it's from the pneumonia. Her lungs are not strong. And they've got her on oxygen at home, and they want to keep her on it until her lungs are strong, and she is on a great recovery. And if I may say something, Steve, I want to thank everybody out here in the trucking world, on the Steve Network that listens to Steve. I want to say thank you for your prayers. Prayers do work. Believe it or not, they do work. And I just want to say thank you to everybody, and it means a lot to me. And how's my little buddy doing, by the way? He's healing all right?
He's doing well. I mean, when he went in the day after the surgery, they were very impressed in how much, you know, he could bend his knee. Now he tells me they want him to be all the way up to like 90 degrees, I think, by next Saturday. So he's going to be going through a lot of therapy. He's got to put like a band around his foot and then pull on it to try to bend his knee. You know what I mean? So that's trying to stretch things. But yeah, he goes in today for his next physical therapy session. But everything looks good. He's doing well.
Oh, that's good. Great. I'm so glad to hear that. I am so glad to hear that. That is a rough surgery. I had it, and I know what he's going through.
Yeah.
It's tough. And the day before he went in to have his surgery, Sis was telling me about it, and I called Steven up. I don't know if he told you or not, but I guess he was being a butthead. And I told him, I said, Steven, put on your big boy panties. You're going to be fine, you know. So, but anyhow, yeah, I'm so glad to hear that he's doing good. So that's great. So, but other than that, I just wanted to call in and say that I'm just so proud that everything's going great. I mean, maybe this might be a turnaround for us. I hope it is, but I just wanted to pass that on to you, and I appreciate you letting me do that.
That is an inspirational story. That's good. We need some of that in these days.
Yeah, yes, we do. We sure do. But anyhow, I wish I could have caught all of Brain Dead's story there about the race, but I was on the phone with Demon. Him and I probably talked a good hour and a half, something like that. But anyhow, Steve, I'm listening to you, brother. I'm gonna get off here and let somebody else get in. And like I said, I'm on my way to Charlotte, and I guess I'll be hollering at you later on. I should be up tomorrow night, so
okay.
I'll give you a call tomorrow night. Hopefully it won't snow by me calling 2 days in a row, right? So.
Okay. Thank you, Double R. Thank you. People needed to hear that. That's an inspirational story. You don't know. Miracles do happen, and he feels like that was a miracle. Yeah, it's not guaranteed. There are no guarantees, but it is 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, coming up, Vic wants to chime in a little this morning about the terror watch list scarecrow. Happy Monday. Is it not scary? Oh, is it Joe? I think we did that the last time.
Hello?
Hey there.
Hello?
Good morning.
Hey, Steve, what's going on? Good
oh,
morning.
it's
Good
Joe.
morning.
It's Joe. Okay.
I want to say something real quick. Double R. Double R, we were praying for your wife and everything, and glad that everything worked out. But one thing I want to say to you is don't be afraid to give God his glory. Don't be afraid to give God his glory. There's no such thing as getting religious. God is trying to get your attention, and that's one way he's getting your attention is through your wife, to show you that he's there all the time. So don't ever be afraid to tell your story or to give a testimony about what God has done for you. Now, the second part, Steve, I want to talk about them flip-flops. That guy that called in about the flip-flops, right? I just got a question for him. So if he had a medical issue and one of them guys with the flip-flops gave him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and passed the flip-flop gene to him, when he starts to heal, would he be wearing flip-flops then?
That's a question I can't answer.
I just thought I'd ask those, Steve. But anyway, I'm just glad to hear that Double R wife is doing real well. And but like I said, don't be afraid, man, to give God his glory. And it took through your wife to get your attention, to let you know that he wants you to talk to him more, give him praises, and wake up in the morning time giving him thanks, and go to sleep giving him thanks. God is a miracle. He's a way maker, and he will continue to do what he does all the time without you even asking. So you guys have a good night. Be safe. And I need to get an answer on them flip-flops, Steve. Have a good morning.
All right. Yeah. Okay, Joe. Let me take you up quickly to, it's not Chicago direct. It's known as Dolton, Illinois, which I guess like a suburb. And I guess it's 21,000 some odd people in the community. And they actually hired the former Chicago mayor, Beetlejuice, a.k.a. Lori Lightfoot, to do an investigation. What's going on with the money here? And she laid out the preliminary findings of their finances. And this is all kind of resting at the feet of the mayor, Tiffany Henyard. Village trustees and residents said they've known for years that Dolton was in a dire financial situation, but the results of this investigation is so much worse, they said, than anyone anticipated. Lit up, laid out in cold, hard numbers on the big screen, it appears Dolton's bank accounts are empty and then some. They hired Lightfoot to conduct an independent probe into the Mayor Henyard's spending. Side by side, she laid out the details of the findings from her 4 months of work. As of May 30 this year, the village's general fund was in a net deficit position. According to her documentation, Dolton's general fund balance is now $3.65 million to the negative. Depleted from a flush fund of more than $5.6 million in just April of 2022, about the time the mayor, Henyard, took office. That astonished the audience of residents, drawing audible gasps. Cash on hand, she explained, is non-existent. Dolton's unpaid bills under her administration are piling up. Since March of 23, the village has been unable to pay all of its monthly expenditures. As of June 18 this year, there are 589 checks totaling over $6 million that have been approved, printed, but not transmitted to vendors. As the bank account balance plummeted, the village's credit card spending on 6 different cards soared last year. 9 different domestic trips. Las Vegas. That's part of multiple investigations. Get a load of this. $43,000 in Amazon charges in one day. $8,000 on purchases from Wayfair. $2,000 at Best Buy. Lightfoot said, these are somebody using the credit card, charging these amounts using your tax dollars. Village trustees have been waiting for this information for years. You all know it took everything in my soul to sit here and stomach this report. $40,000 at Amazon? Who's buying what for who? Many of the Village residents were nearly in tears. They say 4 months into the fiscal year, the Village has no budget. Lightfoot actually got paid $30,000 for the investigation. But I think, further investigation will be on. Where is all this spending? We'll return after this.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Hamas says they won't take part in the next round of Gaza ceasefire negotiations, saying they disagree with Israel's new terms and want a deal based on previous plans set out by US President Joe Biden. Mediators from the United States, Egypt and Qatar have been pushing for new talks to end the war and secure the release of Israeli hostages. This comes after an Israeli attack on a school in northern Gaza that killed 80 Palestinians sheltering there, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, and as thousands of Palestinians are being forced to evacuate southern Gaza. Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Thousands of people once again on the move. They're being told to go to these so-called humanitarian areas in the Gaza Strip like Al-Mawasi. Now, the Israeli military, it began dropping flyers over the northern part of Han Yunis, saying that it has precise intelligence that Hamas is once again operating there. Now, just a few hours ago, the IDF put out a statement saying that it did hit what it is calling a facility that terrorists were operating from, saying that this is the site that a barrage of rockets were fired from yesterday into Israeli territory.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed Kyiv's troops are fighting inside Russia, days into the surprise Ukrainian cross-border incursion into Russia's Kursk region that's become a major embarrassment for the Kremlin. Moscow has sent reinforcements and evacuated civilians from that region. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Moscow said on Sunday that it had foiled Ukrainian attempts to break through deep into the Russian territory. Russian Ministry of Defense said it continued to fight against the Ukrainian incursion in the Kursk region and had destroyed up to 1,400 Ukrainian troops since Tuesday. It also released the videos showing the destruction of the Ukrainian military hardware. The MOD also said that it hit the Ukrainian military in the Sumy region of Ukraine.
Nigeria's participation in the 2024 Paris Olympics has ended without the country winning a single medal. Tessa Makende has more.
Nigeria, which has a dominance in sports in Africa, registered to participate in 12 events at the Olympics. No medals have been won despite the approval of about $6 million for participants by the government. Sports authorities in the country say administrative lapses were part of the problem. Some of the country's best performances at the Olympics was by the female basketball team, the Tigers, which reached the last 8 teams in their category, making them the first African side to get to that point. They were eventually knocked out of the quarterfinal by the U.S. team.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Pick it up there, back at it here early on a Monday. I shared the story earlier. Tulsi Gabbard and her husband placed on a terror watch list, the TSA. The story broke several days ago, and it's garnered the attention of other representatives. I'm looking at the actual website for Congressman Tim Burchett. All right, Knoxville, Tennessee. Today, U.S. Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee wrote to the TSA administrator regarding the report that former presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard was placed on a suspected terrorist watch list. Stating, "I was told Miss Gabbard has been placed on the Transportation Security Administration watch list under a program known as Quiet Skies. I find this profoundly troubling for a number of reasons," he says. He has requested a meeting with the TSA administrator or whoever's in charge of the Quiet Skies program to discuss the report. It was an August 4th report reported that whistleblowers with the Federal Aviation Service, the Federal Air Marshal Service came forward with the information showing the former representative and presidential candidate was enrolled in the TSA's Quiet Skies program. That is a suspected terrorist watch list. The TSA states it does not take race or religion into account when enrolling individuals in the program, but fails to mention political affiliation. And that's, folks want some answers. Let's see. They've got the actual letter that he penned to the TSA administrator. It's very short, so I'll just... they said, "First of all, dear Administrator Pekoski, thank you for what you do for the American people. I write you today regarding a report concerning former Congresswoman and presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard. I've been told she's been placed on a Transportation Security Administration watch list under a program known as Quiet Skies, which I find profoundly troubling for a number of reasons. I request a meeting with either yourself or the individual at TSA in charge of overseeing the Quiet Skies program. Please reach out to my office to schedule this meeting. Your expeditious response is appreciated." Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Real quick, you were talking about your son's injury there. When they operated on my hand, they kind of waited a little bit too long before I got into therapy, and you get fibroid tissues starting to work there, so I guess I'll get it all worked out. But I did get on a website for the Army medics now, and their code is 98W, and they have the best training. And I didn't realize that now to be a combat medic in the Army, you get your EMT training and everything before you even start in for all your, what they call the 98 whiskey training. That's your occupation code for the combat medics. So there with Steve, I don't know how much with that knee injury. But that's what they're trying to do to make sure that no muscles start developing that scar tissue or fibroid tissue. Because, like I said, I have plenty of time to work it out. But I just got on there to look at that, and they have several things on YouTube about that. But you were talking about Tulsi Gabbard. Now, am I thinking about the right person? Her husband's an astronaut, and she got shot or something way back when Trump first ran for office.
No, that's not Tulsi. That's her husband. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Kelly is the husband because he was one of the VP candidates on the list for Kamala.
Okay. Well, the reason I was asking about that was, did you see where that Trump's internal emails got hacked and were showing up on the Politico magazine?
Yes.
I don't know. So my thought was, well, was there something somewhere? Because I thought Tulsi Gabbard was talking to Trump there in some way, somehow. And it's just curious how that a person like that would wind up on a terrorist list just because she said that somebody else other than Biden and Harris was running the country.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Lord, there'd be a bunch of people on terrorist lists by that, because I don't know how many people have felt that way and said that. But I remember when they first come up, the Patriot Act and the terrorist list and the watch list, I remember I don't exactly remember the names, but I remember there's some other congressmen that showed up with that. So it really strikes me as odd what their criteria is, or is this administration or group, or are they just trying to shut down any comments about that because they don't want anybody thinking anyone other than Biden and Harris is running the country, and that everybody knows it isn't true. I mean, I would have to think that wouldn't work. But with Kamala there, I also seen a thing. I think it was with one of the former commissioners for the Border Patrol, and he was an FBI agent back in California, back whenever Harris was, Kamala was Attorney General, or one of the district attorneys out there, and they was talking about how these Venezuelan gangs over here was quite similar to whenever the MS-13 come in here, except they said the Venezuelan gangs that are coming in now are much more violent than what the MS-13 was. But then right after that, they had a news report on in which they said that Kamala was going to talk about her experience in California and her legal system. And my thought was, well, how are you going to do that? Because you were letting terrorists in California, and now you're supposed to be border guard, and you're letting them in on the whole country. And where are these people coming from, and what sort of watch list are they on? And then they turn around and put like I said, I don't know if she's still a congresswoman, this Tulsi Gabbard, but I mean, she's a public person, and that was the only statement that she had to say. And I don't know, like I said, I'm not exactly sure where they would be thinking of, the Tennessee congressman that wrote a letter to Homeland Security. He was, I guess it was Transportation Security, but he's pretty well right on target, and somebody's going to have to come up with some serious answers. And I remember when they first come out and had that Patriot Act, which I was never fond of, but I was thinking that one of your, really it was, Doc Holliday. I might be thinking wrong, but somebody done it. They had their daughter made some comment or something, and they wound up getting thrown in jail for some county official for making a terrorist remark. I mean, I don't know if you remember how sensitive everybody was, right after 9/11 and everything. But I thought we'd kind of worked through all that and had a better structure for it. So we're wasting a lot of time on people that we don't need to be, wasting time on while we're letting more serious people go by. It just seems like if anybody criticizes this organization, they're looking for them to shut them up, pay some sort of a price, or do something. They just won't let it rest. But I was saying, you were talking about, I guess it was that other person. I was thinking Tulsi Gabbard was the one that actually got shot, and they made a big deal about all the Trump people being extremists and terrorists, right wing and everything else. So I'm a little mixed up on that. But there was something else I was going to mention, but I guess it was. Oh, I know what. This is kind of an odd thing, but my son works for Delta, and he called me a couple of weeks ago and says they're wanting to investigate Delta for the computer breach, and it's like, they didn't have anything to do with that. Well, anyway, he was curious, my son was curious as to what they were trying to do, and supposedly the transportation secretary called up some of the airline CEOs. Well, it's a small thing, but now Delta has decided they would no longer say ladies and gentlemen when they were announcing people to the gate.
Oh,
so I
boy.
guess they're going to say passengers. So,
passenger.
That's just how silly this stuff's getting.
Yep.
So I don't know if Pete wanted everybody to quit referring to people by sex and just say passengers or people or what, but maybe I'm being unfair to him, but it just struck me as odd because that's been a common statement forever from every airline. They just say ladies and gentlemen and, let that go. So I don't know what that's all about. I haven't been able to talk to my son for a while. So anyway, that's about all I had. And like I said, I hope your son doesn't get into that where, they can wind up getting a stiff knee and all that. So if he's getting good movement now, that's good. But there was a kind of mix-up on my case to where I didn't get the therapy, and I called in and I said, hey, because they put somebody else's tissue in someplace, and I had to sign a release for it. And I was kind of concerned because it was swelling, and I called up and he gave me some of that. Anyway, it's to fight skin diseases and stuff. And then they called to set me up with a therapist, and I had another one. The doctor didn't write a script to the other therapist. It's like one of those insurance things. It's sad but true. You have to get all the paperwork right before you can get the medical treatment. So that's one thing that Obamacare didn't take care of, and they still have the insurance people, running the medical care. So anyway, it was a small thing. I'm sure I'll get it worked out. But whenever you were talking about there to Double R there and stuff and all that the heart and the lungs, they do have to be pretty well synchronized, and that's one of the things that people, if they get like pneumonia and stuff, I guess they don't put them into iron lungs anymore or anything. I don't know exactly what her situation was. Sometimes, I believe it was a Big Ed talking about the bronchial. Sometimes they can actually drain fluid out of the lung, not the bronchial part. So I don't know what was going on with her, but she had heart trouble before, hadn't she? Because when you get that, it sounded like congestive heart failure, but I don't know. But,
she had the. It wasn't the open heart. It's whatever the robotic heart surgery, where they did some bypass, which that's all new to me. The robotic surgery, they've come so far with that. But all right, Vic, have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. Tulsi Gabbard via X posted over the weekend under the heading "Retaliation." She said, "A few weeks ago, I had the audacity to tell the truth that Kamala Harris would essentially be a mouthpiece and puppet of the military-industrial complex and national security state. The next day, July 23rd, they retaliated. Sadly, this is what we can expect from the Harris administration. Now, that was posted on August the 10th, so 2 days ago, of the weekend, Saturday, right? Yep. All right, they've done some interviews with Tulsi over the weekend, and she's trying to explain. She's under, constant surveillance for making those statements. Let's see. Headline, Tulsi Gabbard, everything changed since being put on the watch list. She calls the reported spot on the watch list an ultimate sense of betrayal. People have some questions. There was a quick blurb they say, how do you end up on that list? They say apparently a lot of people who find themselves on that Quiet Skies list, they said the program changed after January the 6th. And pretty much anybody that was in the Capitol has been kind of placed on that list. If you were in the Capitol during the insurrection, you're an insurrectionist. Now, Tulsi was not in the Capitol. She wasn't there on that day. But somehow she found herself on that list. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. It's 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Yes, indeed. The sky expected to brighten up this week with the annual Perseid meteor shower. This morning is technically the peak. Now, I'm looking at a report here that says actually they're supposed to peak Monday night into Tuesday morning. I don't know. I thought it was Sunday into Monday. Either way, it should give good viewing a couple of days either side of the peak, with local weather and light conditions probably more significant factors than the precise mathematical peak. All right. Of course, we know that Perseus is rising in the northeast as the sun goes down, so you want to look maybe more over toward the east. Yeah, peripheral vision is more sensitive under low light conditions than central vision, best viewed in the northern hemisphere as we pass through material shed from the comet known as 109P Swift-Tuttle. In most cases, those fragments no bigger than a grain of sand. When they hit the atmosphere, the air in front compressed, generating heat, and those fragments burn up, appearing as a bright streak across the sky. The comet is on a big 133-year orbit around the sun, and it's essentially debris that trails off from behind that. And the Earth essentially crashes into that path year after year. It means the meteor shower arises about the same time and from the same part of the sky on a yearly basis. You been out there gandering toward the heavens this morning, Pappy?
Actually, no, Steve.
No?
It's a little nippy out there, and because of this hole I still got in my leg, I'm trying to just walk around in boxers, man. I could go out there, but I don't know. It seemed a little nippy. Once stepped out there, let the dog out.
Yeah, we're down to
Of course, my eyes weren't used to the darkness, but
yeah,
didn't really see anything. I was only out there a couple minutes, but so I don't know. Maybe tomorrow night, Sounds like tomorrow night might be a good night too. So
how's the
or
leg?
Who knows?
How's the leg healing up? Does that hole eventually kind of fill itself in? Is that what's supposed to happen?
That's what they're telling me, Steve. I mean, I guess I can see it kind of, getting there. I don't know, man. If this thing actually totally closes up, I'll be surprised, man. I don't know. I guess eventually. You still got a pretty. I just got done changing the bandage and dialed you up, so slow but sure, I guess, Steve. I'll send you a picture of it. I just took, 3 minutes ago. You can see what it was like the day after the surgery until now. So yeah, I mean, you can see it's getting there, but
making progress.
Slow but sure, man. Yeah, I think slow but sure. I even asked him, is there what point in time are we going to start maybe putting like some Neosporin or something on this thing? He goes, nope, never. It's not going to help. I'm like, okay.
Really?
Yeah. So, hey, you talk about the watch list, right? I think many, many moons ago, we were talking about how easy it is to kind of get on that watch list, and the FBI would not like nothing more than to get some people that they think should be on that watch list. Well, Steve, guess who was on a terrorist watch list that they had at the border in custody? And come on in. Screw that watch list. Come on in, buddy. A Pakistani that was arrested for the conspiracy of assassination attempt, Steve, was on a
So he was,
list.
and they actually had him in custody and released him into the country?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Believe that?
Things that make you, what the? All right, well, we got to pause there. We got to take care of our news break. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, rolling into a Monday live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. Israel has ordered tens of thousands of Palestinians to leave shelters in southern Gaza ahead of fresh strikes on areas which Israel says are harbouring Hamas fighters. The forced evacuation comes as the death toll from the weekend airstrikes on a school in Gaza City came to at least 80, an attack that's upset Israel's allies. US Vice President and Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris said on Saturday that far too many civilians have been killed. Her comments came after the US approved $3.5 billion in funding for Israel to buy American weapons as part of a $14.1 billion package approved by Congress. Hamas has said that any return to ceasefire talks should be based on previous plans rather than involving new demands. International mediators are calling on Hamas and Israel to attend negotiations on a ceasefire and hostage release deal on August the 15th. Israel said it would send a team. The US has confirmed it has deployed a guided missile submarine to the Middle East, which will join the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, which is heading to the region. Meanwhile, the Middle East is on high alert in anticipation over a retaliation by Iran on Israel, following Israel's killing of Hamas's political leader on Iranian soil. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says his troops have moved into Russian territory to restore justice. He says it's also designed to put pressure on Moscow's forces. It's reported tens of thousands of people have been told to leave their homes in the western Kursk region after Ukraine launched an incursion. Lee Turner's the UK former ambassador to Ukraine and says it's a major problem for Vladimir Putin.
So obviously none of this is part of Putin's plan, and the chaos in Kursk is putting it up in lights that nearly every decision Putin has made since Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has made things worse for ordinary Russians. And if ordinary Russians are being reminded that things aren't going well, that's a problem for Putin.
The top court in Hong Kong has dismissed efforts to overturn the conviction of Jimmy Lai and 6 other pro-democracy campaigners. The individuals had previously been found guilty of organising and taking part in pro-democracy demonstrations back in 2019. William Denzelo reports from Hong Kong.
The appeal revolved around the argument that the conviction infringed on human rights protections laid down by Britain's Supreme Court. But the Court of Final Appeal in Hong Kong ruled that the legal framework differs in the China-ruled city and former British colony. This decision comes months after 2 British judges stepped down from the court, with one saying that Hong Kong's rule of law had been profoundly compromised. The city passed a national security law back in March, mirroring a move by Beijing in 2020, following months of pro-democracy demonstrations in Hong Kong the previous year. Founder of the pro-democracy newspaper Apple Daily, Jimmy Lai, also faces a national security trial later this year, after efforts to toss that case were dismissed last month. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today and tomorrow at what may be in store for Bangladesh, following the recent protests that saw the deaths of more than 400 people and the surprise ouster of long-serving, increasingly autocratic Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She dramatically fled to India. The protests were rooted in public opposition to a High Court ruling that reinstated a quota reserving more than half the country's civil service jobs for specific groups of people, many of them supporters of Hasina's political party. Now, Muhammad Yunus, who created the modern-day microfinance industry, has returned to Bangladesh in an effort to lead a caretaker administration. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
Bangladesh, 8th largest country by population in the world, 3rd largest Islamic country in the world. Student leaders in particular had said they would not accept a military-led government but wanted Muhammad Yunus to lead. He is a Nobel laureate. He's well known for establishing what's known as Grameen Bank, a microcredit organization was aimed at lifting the poor from abject poverty and seen as a real solution, and not just Bangladesh. Very well known internationally, and now could be bringing Bangladesh to some sort of a new era of stability.
But Yunus's arrival in Dhaka was not part of any kind of constitutional process. Tomorrow we'll look at whether the country can restore legitimacy and democracy in its governance. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. Israel has ordered tens of thousands of Palestinians to leave shelters in southern Gaza ahead of fresh strikes on areas which Israel says are harbouring Hamas fighters. And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Close out a weekend, another done gone. Just like that. And there's Steve in Columbus who says the same. These weekends go by way too damn fast. No doubt. Yeah, we got a lot done around the house. Not a lot of lounge around time, but the coffee is fresh. The pickup is loaded. It's time to head into town. I guess we can't get finished if we don't get started. So that's a Monday. Another day. All right, and it is 844-844-3388. All right, welcome back, Pappy. I guess it looks like it's filling in a bit to me.
Yeah, I said it's getting there, but I don't know, man. Doesn't seem to be closing up any. It's just kind of working its way to the top. Maybe that's how it's supposed to go.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. Well, that's what they told you. It has to heal from the inside out, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. It's probably going to leave a pretty nasty scar.
I would think, yeah. About the size of what I'm seeing there. That's going to...
Oh, man, Steve. Boy, the Cackles rallies are really something, boy. And, Steve, you mentioned about how that photo that's floating around on social media, you got Air Force One, that crowd of people in the reflection.
And in the reflection, there's nobody there, right? You get like one or two people. I mean, there's a couple of people, so you know that that's the reflection of something, but it sure as hell ain't the crowd that you're seeing in the foreground.
Well, Steve, what told me right away that this was fake. Look how close these people are to Air Force One. Steve, Secret Service, they don't bring chairs and banisters out to the tarmac and park Air Force Two, rather.
Right there.
You know, that close to any bystanders, man. So I was like, man, it's a joke. But as the media has been taught, she's saying the same thing over and over. Same speech. I think it was Jesse Waters played a clip next to each other, her just saying the same thing verbatim. Different rallies, different states. It was pretty funny. Can't change it up at all. It's got to follow that teleprompter. One thing that caught me, Steve, is she was like, I will tackle inflation on day one. You know, and I know that prices are on day one. I'm like, girl, what have you been doing the last 3.5 years? How about not tomorrow? Why on day one? Why aren't you doing nothing about it
Today.
Right now?
Yesterday, 2 years ago.
And if you asked her, Steve, she talks in these typical politician sentences. You know, we're going to do everything we can. You know, we're using everything in our toolbox to fix this. You know, but if you ask her specifically, how are you going to fix this? Well, I'm going to get with my staff and we're going to sit down and we're going to discuss it. She won't answer the question. Typical BS politician talk. Where you ask Trump, he'll tell you. How are we going to fix this inflation? Drill, baby, drill. He said we got all this liquid gold underneath our feet that they had shut down on day one. We release the oil industry again, Steve, bring the prices of fuel down. It brings the prices of everything down. It doesn't cost as much, right, to transport this stuff. It's just common sense that that would help dramatically to reduce the prices that we're paying for stuff in the stores. And then Steve, I know I've missed calling in a couple of nights, but man, we got to talk about Tampon Tim here, man. I'm sorry. This dude, are you kidding me? Steve, I'll be surprised. I'm honestly thinking they might try to dump his butt. I don't think they might not. They just shot themselves in the foot with this dude. Are you kidding me? It was bad enough until this came out about a stolen valor.
Mm-hmm.
Before any of this even came out, that first night I called you, I said, well, he's a fraud. He ain't nothing but a fraud. And a disgrace. And man, we are finding out, Steve. What kind of person does it? You know, he's obviously inflating his statements for a political gain here. But, you know, what kind of person claims they were in war? I mean, he didn't come right out and say, yeah, I was in, you know, fighting in war and I was dodging bullets.
Well,
I
carried that type of weapon on the battlefield. That's about as close as you're going to get.
What he was trying to justify flip-flopping on the Second Amendment, and he was saying that, you know, these AR-15s shouldn't be in civilian hands. Because I carried these weapons of war in war. I think that's a direct quote, which he hasn't. And then I know we talked on the phone about this whole rank deal, sergeant major. He was promoted to the rank of sergeant major, and it was in the National Guard. I saw that clip again where he was giving an interview, and it was the National Guard. He said he did 24 years with the National Guard, some of it active duty, which was probably 3 or 4 years, and achieved the rank of sergeant major. Well, guys in his command were coming out and said he didn't fulfill his obligations to complete that rank, that he was supposed to sign another 2-year commitment after achieving that rank and attending a school which he never did attend. In order to keep that rank, he had to fulfill both of them requirements, and he hasn't.
So when he actually, as they say, he was what was he, master sergeant? Is that what he actually turned out to be?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he retired as a master sergeant, but he's trying to tell everybody that he retired as a command major sergeant, which is, you know, anybody in the Army. Listen, I'm a squid, right? I'm a Navy guy, but when you hear major sergeant, your ears perk up, you know, and he never fulfilled it. And Steve, you take a guy that's supposedly a soldier for a long, long time, and he's with an artillery company. They get the orders, we're getting deployed. We're going overseas. We're going to fight the bad guys. And this so-called sergeant major, who's the lead, highest ranking non-officer in their command, bails on him. Decides this might be a good time to retire. Left his soldiers under his command in the dust. I'm sorry, Steve. No, that's no different than me. And you see these videos once in a while floating around where, listen, dudes in the military, if you're walking around with a uniform on, dudes in the military know if things are in the right place or not. Seen these videos where this dude's walking down the street and he's got these dress blues, either Marines or whatever on. And a retired military was an older guy, seen this guy. He was in line, and they started engaging in a conversation. Hey, appreciate your service, man. I did time back in the day, you know. He's looking at his uniform, and he's noticing things aren't in the right place. Turns out this dude's a fraud. Wasn't in the Marine Corps. Walking around in uniform, all these medals, making everybody believe he's some Purple Heart winner. Well, who does that? Steve, anybody in the military, I can't see voting for this dude.
Right. Well, I mean, in most cases, it's attention seekers, right? I mean, these individuals that go to the Army surplus supply and never served a day, and they buy all this stuff. I mean, I guess you can buy a lot of those medals, secondhand, right? Yeah.
You're nothing. They're frauds, right? They know deep down they have no soul. They have no dignity. So what do? They lie. Try to portray themselves as something they're not. And we want him to be second in command? This is who we want to be second in command of our country. things hit the fan. Which is looking like things are getting real close over in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Steve, have you heard this? Have you heard this? Tampon Tim's been to China over 30 times. 30 trips to China. What's up with that, Steve? Google it.
Oh,
well, don't Google it, because Google will probably hide it.
I have seen that. Yes. I mean, the questions about? I mean, I know Donald Trump was Russia. Will they highlight anything in regards to all those visits to China, or just it's just
that's a business trip?
It was all business. Yes,
he's conducting business.
Yes.
What's this guy doing? He's a school teacher, right? Okay, so you can say, I went over to China for educational purposes 30 times? I don't know, Steve. 30 times. What's he doing over there? Man, Steve, I hate to keep babbling on here, but these opening ceremonies of the Olympics had everybody a little teed off, let's say. I hate to keep pounding salt here, but Steve, I have been talking about this being a global problem we're dealing with. It's just not here in the United States. You look at the opening ceremonies of the Olympics, what a disgrace that was, especially to any Christians. Look at that. This was over in France. What's going on in UK right now, Steve, is unbelievable. They have these Palestinian protesters over there wreaking havoc on the citizens, just like Antifa's done here, just like we have all these anti-Israel protests going on here, but they haven't really became violent. They are violent over in the UK, and they're trying to hide the fact. I saw many, many videos of people getting attacked on the street, just like we saw with Antifa. And what's the UK government do? They come out, Steve, and say any disinformation on social media, which they had admitted that they have many police officers scouring your social media looking for any disinformation or any hate speech or any speech likely to cause violence. And they are arresting people, Steve, for posting stuff. They have lost their free speech in the UK. They didn't really have it like we have it, or had it. I don't even know if we got it anymore, to be honest about it.
Well, why is Tulsi Gabbard on a terrorist watch list? I mean, I just realized, and she apparently made those statements about Biden and Kamala not running the show, and that'll be the same if Kamala's elected, and the next day ends up appearing on the terror watch list.
That's my point, Steve, is that, this is a global issue. What's going on over in the UK is going to make its way here because the people, these global elites, want their new world order. I've said this before, the only way for them to really succeed is the United States has to fall. Once the United States falls, it's done. It's over. There's no going back. And Bongino made a good statement the other day. He said, you can vote yourself into socialism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Come this November. We could absolutely vote ourselves into the socialist communist country. That's what they want. But you can't vote your way out of it. So if we go there, there might not be no turning back.
Be careful what you wish for.
By voting. They are literally, Steve, if you post a video of any Palestinians attacking residents of the UK, mainly white people, that's who they're attacking, just telling it like it is. If you post any attacks on social media, they will arrest you. Try to find that clip. See if you can pull that up and watch it.
Okay.
He flat out says.
So if you've got something, captured on video, how could that be misinformation? Unless it's AI generated, unless it's kind of like what we're looking at the photos of the crowds at Air Force Two.
They're claiming you're inciting violence or disinformation.
Okay.
By reposting the violence, it's like if you were on the street and Antifa mob comes walking down the street and they start destroying a business and attacking the owner of the business, and you videotape it and you go home and you post it on Facebook. If you're in the UK, you're going to jail for just posting that. Make no mistake about it, and they want that to come here. And if these two numbnuts get elected, that's what we're going to have, man. Believe that. I took enough of your time. I appreciate it. Steve, everybody, hammer down. Be safe. We'll get the week of rocking here, man.
It's a Monday, the greatest day of the week. All right, with that, the U.S. Marshals Service announced that the conclusion of Operation Silver Shield, a 90-day interagency operation that resulted in the arrest of 232 fugitives across Maryland, including individuals wanted for serious crimes, rape and murder. The large-scale public safety initiative, which ran May through August, targeted non-compliant sex offenders and fugitives associated with violent crimes, according to the Marshals Service. In a press release Friday, among the arrested were 36 wanted for sex offender registration violations, 17 for rape, 14 for homicide. The arrest of these fugitives represents a step in the right direction to keep Maryland safe, according to the U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland. As part of the operation, law enforcement also seized 7 firearms, successfully recovered 4 critically missing children. Dozens of federal, state, and local agencies participated in this operation, with deputies from the District of Maryland prioritizing the arrest of non-compliant sex offenders, while members of the Capital Area Regional Fugitive Task Force, a unit of the Marshals, focused on catching violent fugitives. The Capital Area Regional Fugitive Task Force, which has apprehended over 78,000 fugitives since it was created 20 years ago, has partnership agreements with over 133 federal, state, and local agencies operating in Virginia, Maryland, and the D.C. area. Besides the Marshal Service, some of the new enforcement agencies involved were the Baltimore Police, Homeland Security Investigations, BATF, and the FBI. Launched in May of this year, aiming to protect the community by prioritizing the recovery of critically missing children and arresting offenders who pose the biggest risk to public safety. Yeah, they held a similar operation last year. It was called Operation We Will Find You, that led to the recovery of 225 missing or endangered children. It's amazing how many kids, who magically disappear out there. You don't think these things happen in this day and age. Not in this country. Yeah, that's third world country kind of stuff, but it is. It's happening here on a all too regular basis. At the time, the marshals noted that cases involving missing or endangered children are some of the most challenging due to the presence of high risk factors, involvement in child sex trafficking, child exploitation, sexual and physical abuse, serious medical and mental health conditions. So trying to save some of the kids out there. We'll get a news break and back with more after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Jagruti Dave. Hamas says they won't take part in the next round of Gaza ceasefire negotiations, saying they disagree with Israel's new terms and want a deal based on previous plans set out by US President Joe Biden. Mediators from the United States, Egypt and Qatar have been pushing for new talks to end the war and secure the release of Israeli hostages. This comes after an Israeli attack on a school in northern Gaza that killed 80 Palestinians sheltering there, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, and as thousands of Palestinians are being forced to evacuate southern Gaza. Sarah Coates has more from Tel Aviv.
Thousands of people once again on the move. They're being told to go to these so-called humanitarian areas in the Gaza Strip like Al-Mawasi. Now, the Israeli military, it began dropping flyers over the northern part of Khan Yunis, saying that it has precise intelligence that Hamas is once again operating there. Now, just a few hours ago, the IDF put out a statement saying that it did hit what it is calling a facility that terrorists were operating from, saying that this is the site that a barrage of rockets were fired from yesterday into Israeli territory.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has confirmed Kyiv's troops are fighting inside Russia, days into the surprise Ukrainian cross-border incursion into Russia's Kursk region that's become a major embarrassment for the Kremlin. Moscow has sent reinforcements and evacuated civilians from that region. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Moscow said on Sunday that it had foiled Ukrainian attempts to break through deep into the Russian territory. Russian Ministry of Defense said it continued to fight against the Ukrainian incursion in the Kursk region and had destroyed up to 1,400 Ukrainian troops since Tuesday. It also released the videos showing the destruction of the Ukrainian military hardware. The MOD also said that it hit the Ukrainian military in the Sumy region of Ukraine.
Nigeria's participation in the 2024 Paris Olympics has ended without the country winning a single medal. Tessa Makende has more.
Nigeria, which has a dominance in sports in Africa, registered to participate in 12 events at the Olympics. No medals have been won despite the approval of about $6 million for participants by the government. Sports authorities in the country say administrative lapses were part of the problem. Some of the country's best performances at the Olympics was by the female basketball team, the Tigers, which reached the last 8 teams in their category, making them the first African side to get to that point. They were eventually knocked out of the quarterfinal by the U.S. team.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Round and third, headed for home, as Rick likes to say. Good morning, Rick. Hope you had a good weekend. Hello to Rubber Duck. It says, Pappy, get well as fast as you can. And Copper, we need you out here. I'm sure he's very anxious to get back to work, right? Let's see what's going on with Daryl this morning. Hello, Daryl. Good to have you on board.
Good morning, Steve. How's family and how's Stryker?
Everybody doing well.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad the son came through the surgery okay. And I know the stress that causes on families because I've been through some of it. You were talking about Tulsi Gabbard and her problems. I've been to Israel 2 times, and I came home with a hat that said Jerusalem across the top of it. And when I flew Southwestern Airlines, they always motioned for me to come up front. And they would say, we've got new bomb sniffing equipment here, and we haven't tried it out before, and we'd like to check your suitcase. I said, go right ahead. And then they'd laugh, and they'd say, you can go on plane first and pick out any seat you want to. So I found that hat very convenient when flying Southwest Airlines.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Have they heard anything about what caused the plane with the 71 people to fall out of the sky over there in Brazil last week?
That I have not seen. I saw the video. That was horrific. It almost looked like they must have had engine failure or something, just dropping straight down.
Well, I heard that the only way that could happen is if they run out of fuel or if something, mechanically went haywire. It was not the pilot's fault. But that unnerves you when you fly a lot to see something like that. The astronauts that are stranded up there, can they dock another? How many of those space capsules can they dock at a time? How would they dock one with that Boeing capsule already attached to the space station?
I believe they have the capability of docking. They have a Russian. They can dock a Russian capsule. Then they've got room for obviously the Boeing that's there now, and they've got room for the SpaceX Dragon capsule. So what they're talking right now, I think the Dragon capsule that's there will at some point come back with the 4 Dragon capsule astronauts. Then they'll send, rather than sending 4 on the next, they'll just send 2 up. And then the 2 astronauts that are stuck there now would come back in that particular capsule whenever that time arrives. They're saying like February of next year. But yeah, they can dock 3 capsules there at once.
That's fascinating. I would think that it was built only to receive one capsule at a time, but that is just absolutely fascinating that they could attach 3 to that space capsule. Well, listen, I enjoyed your show tonight. I enjoyed each night, and I appreciate what you do for the truck driving, and I still use that Extreme in my gas tanks, and it makes my F-150 and my poor old Buick just purr down the road.
Always great to hear from you, Daryl. Thank you so much. Yeah, and that he mentioned the plane crash. Latest headlines, I say, that they are not sure what occurred at this point in time. Now, they have recovered the black box, the voice recordings and the flight data. Should have a preliminary report within 30 days of that, they say. But the plane was bound for Sao Paulo, and about 1:30 in the afternoon, flying normally at 1:21 p.m., when it stopped responding to calls, then radar contact was lost 1 minute later at 1:22. The plane did not report any emergency, but videos, numerous videos captured, show the sky was apparently clear. The plane started spiraling in a very unusual circling motion. Now, they say aviation and safety experts and investigators are going to look at aspects like weather and they examined to what extent the engine and controls were functioning properly. Videos of the crash analyzed by aviation experts led some to speculate that ice may have built up on the plane. Okay. They said ice was predicted at the altitudes in which the plane was flying, but it should have been within an acceptable level. One Brazilian aviation engineer said he's almost certain ice caused the accident. These particular planes have experienced issues with icing. A crash in 1994 in the U.S. state of Indiana that killed 68 after the plane was unable to bank due to ice buildup. After that incident, the manufacturer improved their de-icing system in 2016 in Norway. Same type of plane experienced issues after ice accumulated, but the pilot was able to regain control. As far as engine failure, could the engine have failed? One professor in the Department of Aeronautics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, reviewed some of the footage of the crash, and without having reviewed flight data, said the crash didn't appear to have been caused by weather. He said it may have been an engine failure on one side, mismanaged by the crew, which would lead to the rotation downward. Okay, yeah, if you got twin props, turboprop, and if one fails, obviously you've got power on one side. If you're an experienced pilot, they're supposed to be able to control those things, but maybe you had an engine failure coupled with icing. That's what they're going to be looking into. Meanwhile, see what's going on with, is that Scarecrow? He's on board on a Monday. Can you believe another weekend is done come and gone?
Yes, it is Scarecrow this time around, Steve. Trust me on this one. These weekends, they float by and you wonder where the time went. And I've spoken with others, my age recently too, and I've expressed how we figured back when the kids left high school and they didn't have weekend sports and all the way this and that way, the weekends are going to be free for mom and dad to do as they please. Well, that just hasn't happened, the free time just doesn't seem to be there, Steve. I don't know what we're doing wrong or what has changed, but no, the weekend, they just blow by, but they're always welcome. We look forward to the next one that comes around. Steve, that recent hospital visit of Pappy's there, Wade, it's evidence that life is a continual learning process. Now, I think I maybe had heard the name of that infection, whatever it is, and it slips my mind now. But until I looked it up, I never had a clue what it was, and I actually wonder why is he sending me a picture of a tree limb with a knot in it? And well, you think about it. See, it's probably the first one you saw too. At quick glance, it looked like a tree limb that had lost its bark, and a knot that gets weathered and kind of rolls over a little bit and disappears. I thought, why is he sending me a picture of a tree limb? But no, that was I'm sure an experience that he ain't gonna forget. I don't know if he's gonna want to share it with his grandson there, or grandchild, but he'll have war stories to tell for certain. There, we stopped for fuel earlier here tonight, and kind of a unique scenario that, in fact, I counted 22 or 23 rigs parked around the station and all. Steve, there was not a single rig running tonight. And I stood there. There was not a generator, a power unit. It was total silence, aside from occasional tire hauling going by on the interstate. I think it was right around 60, 62 degrees. And even then, it's surprising that there weren't some running with their air conditioners going and such. But no, it was as if the clock time had stopped. Such way. This right near Waukesha, Wisconsin. There now. If Waukesha, if the name sounds familiar, if you remember, a couple of years back, there was a wacko that took his car down through the Christmas parade. He killed several individuals and such way. Anyway, that's Waukesha. Our youngest, him and his bride, they'll be residents of Waukesha in a few weeks. If you remember, the week or two back, I mentioned one of these places they'd looked at as the rec room or family room, kind of represented an old cafe. Remember, it had some jukeboxes and the Rolodex on the cafe tables and such, right? So I guess the offer was accepted. They had made on it, and he said there were a couple John Deeres in one of the outbuildings that he's going to try and coordinate a deal on, but I never heard any more about that, I guess. And that kind of reminded me when you were talking about the upcoming John Deere experience. Perhaps you can bring the princess with you so we can get some video evidence of your your first go around there and such way. Just a thought, anyway. Hey, Steve, you came to mind yesterday, and for a good hour anyway, a lot of my thoughts revolved around you. Now, nothing personal, but I mentioned in the past, the History Channel runs a series of programs on the originals were the men that built America. Back in the railroad years and the oil years and the steel years development and the competition all through the years. Well, then there's been other programs, several on the food industry and such, how and it's always cutthroat competition, in the development now, how things progress and grow. Well, yesterday morning it came up. I saw the title, something about beer, and I thought, well, that begs to be tuned into. So we stumbled down that rabbit hole, and specifically, it was revolved around the development of light beer and how that came to be, and it was about, I think it was 1969 when the federal government banned the advertising of cigarettes and tobacco products and magazines and such.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Philip Morris, they looked at that as kind of cutting their throat to a little extent anyway. So they, in one way or the other, they wound up buying Miller. Because Miller only had one product at that time, Miller High Life. Remember the champagne beer?
Yes.
Yes, sir. And, well, the whole calorie thing, everybody knew beer fatten your waistline, somewhat. And, well, the chief promotion officer with them, with Philip Morris, he's the one that had come up with the Marlboro Man and some others, and they were extremely successful. So the owner, president of Philip Morris, he told him he was going to send him to Milwaukee, and he wanted him to make a success out of Miller Brewing Company, and nobody there even knew anything about beer and such. Either way, Steve, it progressed, and, well, you know what happened when Miller Lite came to be, and this totally caught Budweiser off guard. They had no idea that anybody was truly after a market like that, and they you've heard of Meisterbrau.
Oh yeah,
I would think. Well, they purchased Meisterbrau. Well, Meisterbrau had a low-calorie beer that apparently that's what it tasted like too, is low-calorie, low nothing. They scrunched their nose at it and such, but that was kind of the kindling to getting the ball rolling, and it was very interesting just to see how things progressed, and up until recent years, Miller Lite, they reigned supreme over Bud Light, and of course once I guess I'd like to see the numbers right now after the Bud Light fiasco that's taken place over the last year and a half or so with their lost sales, but no, as soon as that light Skullbuster came up on the screen, somebody would enjoy watching this program and such. So either way, that's as far as my thoughts of Steve Summers went, Steve. They were no deeper than that.
Very good.
Don't worry there, bud. So at that's all I got for you today. I do apologize for that, but we have to cut you loose. Do it again tomorrow, right?
Have a good morning. Safe travels out there. Yes, have a good Monday. Yeah, we're talking about the quakes. The swarm of quakes in California last week after the 5.2 rattled the L.A. basin, the L.A. area. In Japan, the Japanese Prime Minister has canceled his high-level diplomatic visit to Central Asia this week in the wake of the first-ever warnings of a megaquake off Japan's southern coast from scientists. People have also reportedly been advised avoid panic buying and hoarding daily necessities and disaster supplies amid that warning. Now, shortly after a 7.1 magnitude quake shook Japan's eastern coast last Thursday, the Japan Meteorological Agency issued what is the first ever megaquake advisory, warned of a possible major earthquake from the underwater Nankai Trough. Now, their president, the prime minister, was set to visit Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Mongolia this week for diplomatic visits, but announced he's canceled that visit due to the advisory. I've decided to stay in the country at least for about a week to make sure the government measures and communication are fully in place. The meteorological agency stated that the likelihood of a major earthquake occurring in that trough is higher than usual. That trough runs along Japan's Pacific coast. It has been the source of past devastating quakes, they tell us. People in the quake-hit areas have been advised to exercise high caution for about a week, so that's all this week. According to the agency, they held an emergency meeting after Thursday's quake to assess whether it had impacted that trough and reevaluate the risks of a major earthquake. At least 16 were injured last Thursday after that quake rocked southwestern Japan. No major damage is reported, they say. They had also issued tsunami warnings for several areas. Those were listed several hours later, but they say at least 700 municipalities have been identified as at risk from the Nankai Trough earthquake. The Fire and Disaster Management Agency, they've been asked to review your disaster response measures, review your evacuation plans. That's got to be scary when they're talking. You get an advisory. It's like the U.S. Geological Survey, kind of coming out and saying, we think there is a distinct possibility that Yellowstone may erupt this week, or the San Andreas Fault, the big one, as they call it, may be about to occur. Could you imagine the pandemonium that would ensue? All right, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. T. Summers. We were up there at Costco yesterday, and Tennessee bought a couple of snowboards they had on sale up there. And I was like, told that cashier, I hope like hell we ain't got to use them this year. You know, they panic buying the sale. You even talk about flurries coming. They'll go buy the store out in a heartbeat, you know.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm like you, Steve. I can fly all day. It's that crashing and burning is what bothers me. And I want to make a correction from Friday. I told you that the lawnmower was $2,800. That was the first one. The second one, Tennessee corrected me, was almost $4,000, $3,900 and something there. So after you go down there and buy you one there, you can go around and start singing. She thinks my tractor's sexy, it really turns her on. All right, that's all my bull on it. I'll let somebody else in there.
All righty, thank you very much. Have a good Monday, Knucklebuster. Truck and Phil checks in here just in the nick of time. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like 80 degrees for Fort Wayne, the same in Sterling Heights for a Monday. I just happened to tune in to the end of the NASCAR race last night. What a finish. As Austin Dillon did the old bump and run and took out Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin, winning the race at Richmond. All right, yeah, that's a little bit of controversy. I mean, that's what racing was, right? If the old-time NASCAR fans got to see more of that, I think they may be a bit more inclined to tune in, because that's what racing was all about. Bump and run. Yeah, how did Dale Sr. put it? Yeah, move over or I'll move you over, which he did many a times over the years. That's why he was the Intimidator. He PO'd a lot of people. All right, Truck and Phil, we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Do it again. Have a great week. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, with that, I mean, we didn't delve much into the wildfires out west, but I mean, 1.4 million plus acres in Oregon. They said 71 large fires have burned the vast majority of that land. Now, a large fire is defined as one that consumes more than 100 acres of timber or more than 300 acres of grass or brush. So 71 such fires this year, and probably many, many more that were not considered large fires. Have a great Monday, the greatest day of the week. Come on back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, and we'll do it again. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I